Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Kalimera. Good morning and welcome to the third day of our international conference, Climate Crisis in the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East. After 2 days of interesting and productive discussions, we are looking forward to the third and final day. Before we begin, I would like to kindly ask that you ensure that your mobile phones are switched to silent mode for the smooth running of the event without interruptions. We will start today's scientific program with session 6, titled Paving the Way Forward. Please join me in welcoming the convener of the first panel of the session, Professor Andreas Dimitriou, former president of the Cyprus Academy of Sciences, Letters and Arts, and former Minister of Education and Culture of Cyprus, who will convene this panel, the panel on education and outreach, actually.
So good morning to everyone. Very happy to be here with you. The present discussion will be focusing on education. There will be 3 speakers. Kostas Konstantinou from the University of Cyprus, Hani Helal from Egypt, and Annette Shizsoy from the University of Bonn. Just a few words about each of the presenters. Hani Helal was a former Minister of University and Research in Egypt, and he is a professor. He has been a professor of 2 universities in Egypt. He's an engineer by training, and he's very active in different roles. Annette is a professor at the University of Bonn. She's a biologist by training, I'm right? She's a biologist by training, and she's working on science teaching, learning in science, and several other directions, such as using museums for learning in science and so on. And Kostas Konstantinou, my friend and colleague from the University of Cyprus, he's a professor of education, science learning, and he's very well known internationally for his research in science learning, especially in physics. And he has been president of the European Association for Research on Learning and Instruction for some time, and he is also very active. So I'm very pleased to coordinate the session. So I invite all 3 of the presenters to come on stage and take the floor. The first speaker is Kostas Konstantinou.
Good morning. I want to begin by saying thanks. Thanks for having me here. It's wonderful to see everybody. It's nice to do this. It feels an important issue, and it feels good to be able to have this discussion. I'm grateful that the important role of education is being recognized in a broader policy development and reflection effort on issues related to climate change and the challenge facing the whole of humanity. I will try to be very brief, and I will just share reflections on the educational challenge, the challenge to the educational system, and from my perspective, where we are at. What I will say is intended to provoke reflection and discussion, and it would be nice if we have time for some discussion, time for you to contribute ideas and your perspectives on where we are at in educational systems in the neighborhood, at least. So I titled my presentation on whether education as a system can contribute to efforts to mitigate and adapt to climate change, and what that would entail for an educational system. And if I can make this to work. I just have 3 slides. They're a bit overloaded with text, but I'll walk you through them. My first question is, what is the absolute minimum that one would expect of every child to learn at school if we want the educational system to respond to the challenge of helping young people and helping the future generation to contribute to the broader effort to address the issue of climate change? An important idea that I would expect every child to appreciate through their experience in education is that we live at the bottom of a sea of air. We're a bit like fish. We tend to think that we are on the surface, and we are not. And in this system of the atmosphere, the temperature is an important parameter, and it is maintained within a range that is conducive to sustaining life, plant and animal life, by a phenomenon that scientists call the greenhouse effect. And within the greenhouse effect, small increases in the concentration of a small number of gases in that air mixture can produce changes to the temperature range that have dramatic consequences to the environment around us. And I would expect children to develop some familiarity with the effects that we have come to recognize from climate change. Some of them are becoming part of daily experience: increased temperatures, flooding, fires, storms, melting of the ice cap, drought, desertification, disruptions to the food supply, and species extinction have been intensifying over the last decades. And I would also expect children to develop the appreciation that this is an existential threat at an unprecedented level. It is becoming worse by human use of fossil fuels, for example, for electricity generation, in industry, in heating, in transport, by our over-reliance on meat, especially cattle, but also there is a natural contribution, such as volcanic eruptions. This is what I would perceive as the absolute minimum of knowledge that I would expect out of schooling for children to assimilate, to rigorously understand, if they are going to be able to participate in democratic discourse and act responsibly, at least assume some of that level of responsibility that belongs on the shoulders of individuals, groups, and communities. The difficult part for education is that to make this possible, to actually help young people to develop this rigorous understanding of a minimum set of ideas, we need to work in promoting systemic thinking. We need kids to understand that the system demonstrates behaviors that are bigger than the sum of its parts. We need them to grapple with concepts like stocks, flows, the concept of emergence, the concepts of feedback, the concept of balance. We need them to appreciate and experience that systemic thinking is an approach for understanding complex problems in which multiple factors contribute and the emergent points of balance are determined by feedback loops. That's an important point in climate change, understanding the positive and negative feedback loops that contribute to the effect. And we need to grapple in educational policy making, we need to grapple with reality and tradition. In conventional education, for instance, we are used to prioritizing linear cause and effect relations, linear causal thinking above an appreciation of how dynamic systems work. We need children to grapple with the idea that systemic thinking helps us to appreciate the big picture, to understand relationships between components, to recognize how changes in one part of the system can affect, sometimes dramatically, the whole of the system. To achieve that, we require the educational system requires teachers and schools to work with interdisciplinary approaches, to highlight the connections, to promote holistic approaches to learning, and to place much greater emphasis on teacher collaboration that at the moment, at least in our local system, is completely non-existent. Conventional education, in contrast, tends to emphasize fragmented knowledge, compartmentalizing subjects, preparing children for passing exams in distinct, unrelated topics, leading at best, to a very narrow understanding of scientific concepts, making it difficult to grasp the interconnectedness of real-world issues such as climate change or more broadly dynamic systems. In my discipline, contemporary science education unfortunately fails to address this complexity. We tend to focus on isolated facts. Even within climate education, we tend to focus on greenhouse gas emissions or deforestation without actually making the connections that are necessary to appreciate the structure of the broader system, and without making the effort to see how these processes impact on weather patterns, on ecosystems, or human societies. Climate change is not just an environmental issue. It is a complex, multifaceted problem involving social, economic, political, and ecological dimensions. To get education to appreciate this, we need to do better in working with our curriculum, with our teachers, and with our assessment systems. Otherwise, we are missing out on our mission to help the next generation to make the contributions that we would expect of them. If you analyze why we are at where we are at, the bottom line is that we are not finding ways to connect policy in its broadest sense to the grand challenges, and I include educational policy to this drawback. Education has the advantage of working with young people and addressing the needs of the future generations. In the educational contexts, economic interests are not as much at play as many of the other dimensions that we are grappling with in climate policy. At the same time, we have to grapple, including in education, with other interests, with entrenchment and inertia. We have to demonstrate that we can challenge the existing situation and that we can facilitate change. We can work with making change to happen, and we can have the optimism and the ambition to respond to the challenge of addressing realistic problems, including through education. My perspective is that it cannot be done any other way. This is my contact information. Thanks for listening.
So, yep. The second speaker is Annette Chussoy, so you have the floor.
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this very interesting conference. I'm really happy to be here, and I would like to tell you a little bit about our university's educational approach, so like kind of a case study, I would say. As the convener said, I'm professor for biology education, and 3 years ago I was elected vice rector at our university, responsible for sustainability. We have introduced a program that we call BOOST, the Bonn Program for Sustainable Transformation, and I've prepared some slides to give you some insights, of course, focusing on education and outreach. So what we need from our students, from the future generation, is climate action. We want to help the students to get fit for the future, but we observe that a lot of students don't take responsible action. We have 35,000 students, so this would make a great mass to help to mitigate climate crisis. However, most of them just don't do anything, I would say. The reasons are very diverse. Yesterday we heard the term climate crisis fatigue. Of course, there's anxiety, maybe indifference. So a lot of factors that prevent young people from action, from climate action. It would be very easy if we could just give them the knowledge so that action would be an outcome. But I think we all know that that doesn't work. We have this knowledge-action gap. So even if we know what we should do, very often we just don't take the right actions. So this is not really the way to go. What can we do? So instead of seeing action as an outcome of education, our approach is to start with the action. So what we are doing, or we are trying, is the action-oriented educational approach. And this approach really seems to be very helpful, very efficient in helping to create knowledge and skills, but also to increase the willingness to contribute, the willingness for responsible action, and it also helps to increase the students' confidence in their influencing possibilities and in their capacities for change. So that's the approach that we are using at the University of Bonn, and just some information what makes action-oriented educational approach so specific. So there are 5 components. The first is, of course, action taking. So we start with the action. And action is not the same like activity. So activity is just doing something, but action is doing something with a purpose. You want to solve a problem. So we are starting with the students at our university solving problems. We face them with challenges and ask them to solve these. A very important component of this approach is self-control. So the students need to have control over their learning. They participate in planning, which helps them to get more self-efficacy or feeling of self-efficacy. Then, of course, peer interaction. So social learning is the key word here. This approach also involves the communities, and this can be on a very basic level, just with communication, but also up to collaboration, working together with community members. And of course, as we just heard from Kostas, interdisciplinarity is very, very important to have a holistic approach, to see plural perspectives. So I will just give you 3 examples how we try to implement this approach at our university. Starting with our teacher students. We have a farming plot at our university reserved for our future teachers. Teachers from all different subjects, politics, biology, of course, but also French language, literature studies. So they are free to use this farming plot, and they learn different techniques, farming techniques. So they plant different vegetables, they harvest them, they learn different aspects about healthy nutrition, circular economy, of course ecological farming, serving biodiversity, up to food preservation. So you can see here in this example that this approach is starting with the action, It's a very interdisciplinary approach. The students are their own leaders, so they organize what kind of vegetables they grow, they share their work, and they work together. And we have community involvement in the sense that they offer workshops also to community members and invite them for harvesting events, for example. We do not only want to involve our students, but all the university members, also from administration, and that's why we organize campaign month. So we have 4 campaign months every year, the Fairer Februar, Mighty May, Sustainable September, and Nachhaltiger November. Nachhaltig means sustainable in German, so I really like alliterations. And these months, they are very special because we bring different activities together. We organize different activities in a wide range of themes to create awareness for the breadth of actions that you can take. And just to give you some examples, it starts from ecological activities like do-it-yourself workshops, build bird feeders or insect hotels. We have mobility aspects like in a city cycling competition, cooking classes like health issues and also sustainable food issues. And there are a lot of activities involved to reduce waste, like upcycling or recycling workshops. All the university members are invited once a year to clean the banks of the Rhine River in our city. And then there's also aspects like fair trade, like social aspects, like a fair football game, just to give you an impression. And the third aspect that I would like to show you is an outreach aspect. It's our European project Multipliers, and you can see that also the University of Cyprus is involved in this European project. And in this project, the aim is that our scientists from the university, bring real-life challenges to school students, starting from primary classes up to the A-levels, and they involve them in their actual research. So the students really get to know what is actually doing and what the researchers are doing in order to mitigate the climate crisis. And this is very interdisciplinary. We also involve ethics, for example. So down here at the circle, you can see our ethics professor discussing with the students. We touch themes like air pollution, water and sanitation, biodiversity aspects, also biodiversity and agriculture, forest use versus forest protection, and health issues such as antibiotics and vaccination. And also here, the action-oriented approach is realized with the school students. Community involvement is very, very important in this project, in this Multipliers project, because the students, after having gained the experience with the scientists and having gained insights, they become multipliers. So they deliver their knowledge to the community, to their families, to their peers. So together with experts, they choose different communication formats in order to transmit their knowledge. And you can see here just some examples from a science fair or a school party where the parents are invited to taste different sorts of potatoes, up to producing a podcast. And you can imagine that these kind of activities, they really help to trigger the students' interest in science, also their role. They see a completely different role for themselves because they feel self-confident. They are the experts in this moment, and we hope that in the future these students will really take responsible climate action. Thank you.
So the last speaker is Professor Raouna.
Okay. Good morning. Excuse me. I have some cold, and I hope that my voice will be clear enough. The title of our session is Education and Outreach. I think my colleagues have discussed maybe good discussion about education and how can we do it. But outreach and education. What does it mean for the government, for the action? Is sharing knowledge. We would like to share knowledge with everyone, with the decision maker, as long as they are there. We need to share knowledge to kids at the school and at the university. You remember, I have attended the three conferences, the first one, the second one, and this is the third one. And we were talking before about a policy framework, okay, to fit the EMME climate change. We have all observed that the title of this conference this year is not climate change, it's climate crisis. It means that there is no need to convince people or to convince the decision maker that there is a climate change. This is a paradigm shift in the perception of what we are doing. Let me go quickly, on the sharing knowledge. How can we share knowledge? We need to connect. Without connection, if you don't have an internet connection, we are isolated. If we don't connect to each other, we will remain, isolated islands. With whom? With whom we should connect? With politicians, governments, industry, society, services, everyone. Connect is not enough. Connect means we need to act. Yes, we connect. Sometimes you have the connection on the internet and you have a very small message saying you are connected but no internet accessibility. And to do that, we would like, I think this question I asked 3 or 4 years ago, is the sharing knowledge is a standalone policy? No, it is not. Unfortunately, no. We need to have a system of interconnected policies and measurement. It is related to all task forces. It's not unique for water or agriculture or energy. It is a horizontal, transversal action. The implementation needs tools and coordination, and what is important after action is to have an impact. If we don't have an impact, our work is not completed. Important, some questions. You remember, I have asked this question before. Do you think that what can be done to reduce the effect of climate change? How can we prevent the climate change? Now it's too late. I think what happened in the region and in the world last 2 years, is an evidence of that. 10 years ago or 20 years ago, when the scientists were talking about climate change, and there were some politicians saying, "Oh, scientists, you are dreaming. You would like to do research," but now it's a fact. The question now: how can we reasonably reduce the impact of this crisis today? This is a crucial question for all of us. It's not only for politicians, even for scientists. I'll not talk about education again because my colleagues have discussed it. But last week I was in another conference. It was about something else, not the climate change. And I met a professor at Cairo at American University in Egypt, and we were talking, by chance about climate change. And he said to me, we professors, we are not doing our job in sharing knowledge with the students and the society. And this is, I think, it's a very important action that we can talk maybe later on about it. I'll not talk about, the outreach, It's not only education. I think we need to link and to connect with the society. The society, I give here some examples of what is going around us. For example, the frisk of the frisk of the climate. It is a French initiative, and Greenpeace, for example, there is an association or foundation, international foundation working in the region. It's called Greenpeace MENA. Their main job is to lobby and support actions for climate change. Sharing knowledge, we need a building capacity. And this is what we have seen before. We have many themes, we have many means and tools, and we need to play, the probability and connection of each other. And, again, maybe we can see it later. And now let us come, to my conclusion. Climate crisis, as it has been said a few minutes ago, is a multifaceted issues. We need to lobby. We need to market. We need to connect. We all know, who have been in politics, is that the climate change or the climate crisis is not a welcome subject, to politicians. What can we do? I said this again 3 years ago, and I think I repeat it. We are talking to ourselves. We are not talking to the society. But this is not bad. This is important, that we have to talk among ourselves, but not to, eternally that we are talking. We need to go out of our ivory towers. We talk, and we talked about it, top-down approach and bottom-up approach. Okay. What I have concluded from my experience in the region is that both strategy is correct, but what is missing is there is a layer between the top and the bottom that we have to address. And this is not difficult for us, but it needs coordination. We need to have champions. I think without having champions in the region, in each country, we will not have an impact. I think I'll finish by emphasizing that till now, the ownership of the climate change is ownership of the scientist. We need to transfer this ownership from the scientific community to the society and to the governments and to political life. Thank you.
So there is some time for discussion, not much actually. So who wants to? Yes, go ahead. You. You are working. Yeah.
Thank you very much for all three talks. I come from the university sector, so this is a very close topic to my heart. Thank you, Kostas. You actually laid it quite simply, but really pointedly of what we need to do in relating things together when actually it's sporadic. So I actually don't agree that we don't have information. We're living in an information age. with this device I could have access to a lot. Yes, I acknowledge that some places don't have connectivity, but even if they do, perhaps the information will not be easily disseminated. So in my sort of proposal, I want to say is that we do have a great opportunity at universities to educate the future leaders of society. And those future leaders need to have not only the knowledge, the information, but also how things fit together and how to live a lifestyle which is sort of sustainable in its core. And integrating sustainability as part of the curriculum is what I would think. It's something that would benefit all society. Now, from there on, if we go into activism, I mean, action and activism, I wonder if, isn't there enough organizations that are doing that? And aren't universities need to more, which society look up to lead, be the ones who actually are the leaders, who are the ones who actually engage with politicians, or the one who actually speak to society? In other words, make sustainability just as a task, a goal in life. And I think just my last point is that this would also have impact on these same leaders to also take interest in fixing societal problems, not just environmental problems. So thank you. Yep.
Thanasi. Please identify yourself.
I'm Thanasis Hatsilakos at the Cyprus Institute, formerly at the Open University of Cyprus and Greece. I have been instructing my students in ways quite similar to what you have been presenting for the past 3 decades. You have been through similar efforts as teachers, as university education leaders, as policymakers at the highest point. Our students passed their exams and wrote their thesis successfully and graduated to become teachers and went back to school doing the same non-systemic fact communicating teaching that all schools have been doing for the past couple of centuries, except for very few very elite schools. Our teachers are the successful result of the past and unfortunately existing educational system, so they go back and repeat it. I feel I have failed. I don't know if you feel the same, and if so, what is our action advice to those who share our concerns and our beliefs, so that we will not have someone like me come here and say the same things in the next 3 decades?
And I will take the last question or comment. Yes, please.
And for Professor Hilal.
Can you identify yourself?
Yes, Kamal Araj from Jordan. I want to ask Professor Hilal, when he talked about regional network of champions, I take it you mean champions of political leaders, not civil society or otherwise. Can you clarify on that? I mean, we do have, in a way, a regional network of leaders. I mean, they go to the COP meetings, you know. I mean, what do you actually need additional to that?
Good. Yeah, please.
Yes. Maybe this will be the subject of the closing session, but let us, take it from an evidence-based approach, okay? If you have the champions that are going to all conferences and, we still remaining on the same position, these are not champions. These are representatives of their institution or their ministries. A champion, he has or she has to win. And it's a difficult, what I'm proposing is very difficult, but to succeed in everything in life, you have to have a champion, or you should have a driver, to drive the issue, or to drive the car or the bus or the airplane. And yes, politicians, political champions, it's very difficult to have, but there are ways and means that you can create within each country, a champion, to be the moderator in his country and in the region. I know it's not an easy task, but without having this champion, not a representative, look at all the national strategy for climate change. Type on the internet, for example, for any country, and you will find, a national strategy for climate change. But on the ground, nothing is happening. It is, we will talk later on with Kostas on the closing session, but it's difficult actually in the region, but there is ways to overcome these difficulties without confronting the political friction, if we can say it.
Thank you.
Yes. If I may comment on each question in turn. The first thing I want to say is I agree wholeheartedly that universities have a very crucial role to play. We have access to scientific research and the system that drives scientific research. We have access to contemporary scientific knowledge, and we have a responsibility to both communicate that to the public and the policymakers and the politicians, and to engage the local community in participating in democratic discourse, in challenging everybody to assume responsibility, in looking towards a more hopeful future. I agree wholeheartedly. Having said that, we expect universities internationally to be active in international research. We expect universities to be active in local community development and engagement, and we expect them to be active in teaching. And the way universities are structured at the moment, they tend to pass on that responsibility to individual people, individual members of the faculty. So we have an internal structural problem if we are genuinely going to help universities to respond to that responsibility. Locally in Cyprus, it may be a local problem. We have an additional problem. We have to convince both the politicians and the policymakers that universities actually have a role in community development. For some reason, over decades of experience, both politicians and policymakers respond, to put it mildly, in a defensive manner. They feel threatened at any effort on the part of universities to act locally within the community and to engage the community. And we have to grapple with that challenge. And I highlight that as a local problem just to raise the complexity and the depth of the challenges. Thanasis highlighted the experience that pretty much everybody has in teacher education and in teacher professional development. Having a vision to promote change and experiencing over years and decades of effort that it's a very lone and lonely experience that fails to make an impact. We have the experience of working with passionate, talented people who develop the skills, the learning that we expect of them, and then they return to a system that just absorbs them into whatever it has been doing for the last 150 years. Having said that, we tend to think, well, let me backtrack. In a more generic way of saying this is, in any dynamic system, there are leverage points. There are parameters that if you can do the research work to identify, it is possible to work with small changes that have a bigger systemic impact. In education, conventionally, we have thought of the main drivers as being curriculum, teacher education and professional development, and assessment. We haven't attached the importance that I believe, at least from my work, is absolutely necessary to teacher collaboration. Schools and universities are still one of the few institutions where teamwork, collaboration, at least when it comes to teaching, is completely non-existent. There is research that shows that collaboration between instructional staff, collaboration between teachers or lecturers at university can work as a leverage point, can have a substantial systemic impact. I also wanted to say that networking and exchange of ideas basically is the only mechanism we have in democratic discourse to identify leverage points and also to work towards a future, more hopeful system. So yes, I think it is important that we have mechanisms to network in Southeastern Europe and the Middle East and North Africa, and we need more of this.
Thank you. Annette?
Yeah, just quickly to add on this last aspect. I'm not as pessimistic as you are about our future, and we see that in teacher education, for example, that a lot of teachers work together in European projects, in international projects. So I think the spirit is there. The problem is rather the framing. So when they come to the schools and they have their, like in Germany, 45 hours, lessons, this really, this limits, of course, the possibilities. And, but nevertheless, they're very motivated. They want to do something. I think the big problem is, as I said, is the framing. So we need the politicians and educational politics to look at the curricula, to look at the conditions that we are teaching in. But we also need the parents to change their minds, because very often the teachers, when they want to implement changes, the parents come and see them, because they still have a very traditional view of education, which is just knowledge transmission. And to change such a culture takes time. It's really a cultural change that we are undergoing in education, in the educational system. And I think it's not from today until tomorrow that this will change. However, I see it constantly changing bit by bit, and I really hope that when we get together next time, you might be a little bit more optimistic also from these experiences.
Thank you very much. So, thank you very much for being here. And I thank the speakers. Good.
Thank you, Professor Dimitriou, Professor Constantinou, Professor Helal, and Professor Shirsoy. We now continue with the second panel of this session, titled The Intangibles of Climate Change, Philosophy, Ethics, and Values. The panel will be convened by Professor Achilles Emilianidis. We will continue with the panel now. Okay. So we're continuing with the panel on the intangibles of climate change, philosophy, ethics, and value, which will be convened by Professor Achilles Emilianidis. Professor Emilianidis?
Dear colleagues, hello. I send you the regrets of my colleague at the Cyprus Academy, Stavros Fotiou. He could not be with us for a personal reason, but he sends his regrets, and of course, we have all three speakers with us, so we are definitely going to have an interesting panel. So, I would like to call our speakers in order first. The first speaker is a renowned expert in water resources, and she was the former minister in charge of water in Morocco, Her Excellency Mrs. Sharafat Afa Ilal. So I will ask you to give us your initial presentation, and of course after we finish all presentations we will have some time for discussion.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak in this conference. I do not have the presentation, but I will share some insight about the issue, asking an engineer to talk about philosophy, to talk about ethics, and to talk about value. It's challenging for me, but we will share some insights regarding this topic. First of all, the crisis is global. What you are living in the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East, it's very similar to the other parts of the basin, the Mediterranean basin, including North Africa, as we are facing very, very dramatic and severe drought in the Morocco and all North Africa, and this drought not tackle only the rural and the mountain area, but it tackle the heart of economy, including Casablanca, Rabat. So the government has a very, very challenging situation, finding the solution at a very short time and asking the people to adapt the situation in the economic cycle. So it would be for the future edition of this conference to share knowledge and share solution between the eastern of Mediterranean and the Middle East, and also the western part of the Mediterranean. At the crisis and the situation is very, very similar within us. So facing the crisis requires a systemic approach. The climate crisis not involve science, expertise, technical solution, but we have to include and bridge all the sectors together to find an ultimate solution and find the solution adapted in each context. I'm very happy to see that we have include education, we have include ethics, we have include culture, we have include cultural heritage. This is the right way to tackle and to face crisis and to find the solution, the integrated solution that could be help the population among these crises. So it's very, very interesting to find that. But the language should be different. We are now talking the same language. We understand each other as a scientist, as an expert, as academia. But beyond this room, we have to adapt each language. We have to demystify the concept of climate change, to speak the language, the simple language with the youth, with the people who don't know to write and to read. We have in the North Mediterranean for almost 40 people, they don't know how to read their name. With the youth as well, with the children. We were asking with Marilena how we engage, to give the engagement of children, not through technical languages. We can engage them through art, through sport, through exercise, through painting. There is different way to engage young population and the children and the young generation to be more involved and to find other solutions. We have also different language with the people, with the vulnerable people who are not aware what is happening in the world. We had very devastating droughts in the desertic area in Morocco last days, almost 180 millimeters in 24 hours. And the people that didn't understand what happened in the world, they were thinking this is the end of life. So we have to find the right way to explain and to engage this population, though the world will be facing very dramatic situation related to climate crisis, but in the simple language and the adapted language. So some ethics and some values that could be tackled and highlighted during the facing or analyzing the climate crisis. The human rights, of course, we are finding some very advanced technology to face climate rights, but we should not avoid the human rights as a principle. We know that there is some conventions, some treaties, some at the United Nations, but the framework and for this convention are very weak related to human rights and climate change. Maybe we should start advocating for new generation of treaties, new generation of convention related to human rights, how the framework at the level of United Nations could be improve the respect of human rights during the climate crisis. Of course, the gender balance. The woman is the weak state regarding facing climate. When we have crises, when we have extreme events, who are in the front line to find alternatives, to find solutions to save the babies and the children? We remember during the flood of Sudan, the women and children were in the first rank with the death. So gender balance, we had enough time to talk and to discuss how to improve the engagement of our policymakers to ensure and to respect gender balance, not only at the policy level, but how to find their solution. We have to give the talk to the women to say what are the solutions could be adapted to their needs. And maybe at the funding, we still have not enough funding to improve and to protect women against extreme level. Refugees as well, refugees and migrants. At a North Mediterranean country, we start receiving the million of the migrants from the South Africa to the north, and seeking or searching for the good life because of the climate crisis in sub-Saharan countries. Yes, of course, we give them the food, we give them the water, we give them the shelters, but in which limit those migrants live with dignity? In which limit we integrate them into the economic cycle? This is a very hot issue that we should talk with Frank. We should to be frankly regarding the migrants or regarding the refugees who are leaving their land, leaving their home because of the climate crisis. Democracy. Democracy is also a big issue relating to climate change. How, in which limit we are engaging democratic institutions to be more involved in facing climate change. Parliament, local authority, participative approach, citizen, those things need to be highlighted in our conference, in our gathering, sharing experiences and also finding the ultimate solution. Climate change crisis jeopardize also democracy, jeopardize the democratic institution. So we should talk about that and find the ultimate solution. And I'm very, very happy to find in this program that those topics are included in the agenda of this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It is indeed something we are happy that these topics were included in the program so we can have a more comprehensive discussion on the issues. But let's proceed to our next speaker for this panel. It's Professor Didier Roux. He's a member of the French Academy of Sciences and Academy of Technology, chair of the board of directors of the Cyprus Institute. You have the floor.
Okay, good morning. I have only one point to address, and this point is a question, and I should say that I don't have the answer to the question. So I hope that you will help me to find the answer. So my question has to do with the role of scientists in the climate crisis. I will start with some kind of provocative statement that I can phrase like, without scientists, the climate crisis would not exist. So let me explain. Indeed, it is because scientists are able to monitor, to measure, and more importantly, to simulate and somehow using physics models to predict the evolution of the climate, that we know that the evolution of the climate will bring us to a big problem. In fact, without the scientists, we will have a series of statements, some extreme events, some summer which are hotter and hotter with time, but not really worrying about the future. It's because of the scientists that we can effectively fear that this evolution is irreversible and will lead to big problems on the planet. So it's without scientists, we would straight into a wall and without knowing it. So that's obviously a little bit provocative, and this will lead to my questions. It deals with the political involvement of scientists. Obviously, they have to provide data and scientific information as honestly as possible, trying to explain what is true, what is probable, and what is not yet proved. That's the role of scientists. But then, as it happened in the past, and maybe the closest example is probably the discovery of the artificial radioactivity before the Second World War that led to the atomic bomb, the scientists, when they discover something with their work which has impact on the full society, can they stop at that stage, providing data and result, or do they do more? And if they do more, it means that they can be obviously a whistleblower, trying to alert what happens in the Second World War. They have to alert the politician, they have to alert the journalist, and to alert the public about the consequences of what they have discovered. So this would be, I would say, a natural evolution of the role of scientists. But in some cases, and we have seen that in the past, and we see that today in many countries, they can also become activists. And it's for scientists, the real question is how you take responsibility between being a scientist to go to an activist because of what you have discovered in your work. And that's the question that I have. I have said I have no answer to the question, but I think it's, at least in the community of scientists, it's an important question. Because when you become an activist, the risk is to lose your credibility as being a scientist. So there is some kind of balance between the work you have to do and your expertise and the work you have to do as a citizen. It's not exactly the same. So I hope we'll have some discussion about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our third speaker for this panel is Professor Haridimos Tsoukas. He is a corresponding member of the Cyprus Academy. We are proud to have him as a member. And he's Professor and Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Management at the University of Cyprus. You have the floor, Professor.
Thank you, Achilles. I think my professorial habits cannot go away. I cannot just confine myself behind the podium. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation. It's a wonderful topic, extremely urgent. And I would like to connect what I'm going to say with the topic, with the title of the topic, as well as with what previous panel and the previous speakers have mentioned. Now, let's go back to intangibles. We are talking about intangibles, things which cannot be touched, cannot be calculated, cannot be seen, may not be heard. I think that is extremely important. And I think what I like in this particular topic is that it makes us aware of the unsayable, of the invisible. But then we face a paradox. How can we talk about something that cannot be talked about? How can we make visible the invisible? Well, philosophers have talked about this for a long time, and they have given us insights in how to talk about things which may be intangible and things which may be invisible, may be unsayable. Now, start with the topic which the previous panel, I think Kostas mentioned it very nicely, in his emphasis on systemic thinking. I teach this year, for the first time, my postgraduate course on complex thinking and reflective judgment for business students. I'm in the business of educating business people and business students. So it's profoundly important to me that these people begin to think in circular terms, systemically. So that is a habit which we have not gotten into. And it is a question, why is it the case? Why can we not think in a more spontaneous way in circular terms? Why can we not think in loops? Instead, linearity takes to take advantage. It's an epistemological issue. So part of the answer today, I think, and this is a very long-term and profound issue, is a change in epistemology, the way we think about knowledge, the way we research, and the language which our first speaker, Sharafat, mentioned. How do we change the language to think about in circular terms? So when we're going to talk about intangibles and the invisible and the implicit, we need to start changing the language so that we can bring to the surface things which are below the surface, which cannot be talked about in explicit terms. So it is a change of intellectual habits. Now, I'm going to draw a little bit on the philosopher which I like about these things, Martin Heidegger. And Heidegger gave us a language to talk about the unsayable and the invisible in a way which can make it practical when we talk about such matters. Now, 5 years ago in the UN, there was a Canadian activist student, Autumn Peltier, who said, the water should be treated as a human being with human rights. That is a preposterous statement, one might think. How can it be possible for the water to have human rights? Now, it is a change in metaphysical language. It is not, for a Cartesian rationalist, that is a nonsensical statement. It just not makes sense. However, if you change the language, if you search behind the metaphysical presuppositions of such statements, you see that there's something deeper that is important here. It is, in effect, I think, a call, an implicit call to remove the calculative type of thinking, calculative language, and make space for that kind of more reflective, more environmentally oriented language, which is more holistic. It does not see the world as simply something that is to be used. In 1955, Heidegger gave a speech at a memorial in Germany, and he made something, I like that phrase, it has been mentioned a lot ever since. In the modern age, nature becomes a gigantic gasoline station, an energy source for modern technology and industry. He was trying to point out that in the modern age, the predominant view of the world is calculated utilitarian. And that has brought us to a certain impasse. It has brought us many benefits, no doubt, but it has also brought us to an impasse. That this is that impasse that this young activist, I think, was pointing at with his statement about treating the water as a bearer of rights. So this is something that it invites us to go beyond the calculative thinking towards a more holistic type of understanding. Heidegger calls it the dwelling orientation. I don't want to go into detail into this. This is not the time and place. But fundamentally it is, to be a human being is to dwell somewhere. It is to be rooted somewhere. It is not to be sitting up in the air. It is not to be an abstract entity. It is always to be located, embedded somewhere. And that is fundamentally important, because if you take the dwelling orientation seriously into account, then the next question is, how do you relate to the world into which you are embedded? And Heidegger's point was that we relate to the world by disclosing the world. That is making, and that is, he goes back to the classical Greeks, to Aristotle, to talk about truth as aletheia, as the absence of lethe, of forgetfulness. So the truth is, when forgetfulness is being on the brushed aside, so that things can come forward. To disclose the world, therefore, sensitizes us to the kind of probing and vocabularies we use to disclose the world. So science is one way of disclosing the world, but it's not the only one. There's an ethical disclosure of the world. So for me, as an educator of young people, to be able to train people and educate their language, educate the way they look at the world, it is to make them sensitive that beyond calculative thinking and the logistics and all the management paraphernalia, there is another way of looking at the world, the ethical comportment, and that is important in order to be able to take a more holistic understanding of the world. So in conclusion, one of the French thinkers I very much like, Edgar Morin, the sociologist, all his work has been, in a sense, about the interconnectivity. And his epistemology is what he calls conjunctive thinking, putting things together. As we know, academically, putting things together is extremely difficult because vocabularies do not necessarily mesh. They have different assumptions. But that is the effort, I think, for us researchers, academics, educators. It is to widen the intellectual horizon of our students, of people at large, so that people can start connecting things, can see the connectedness of the world, the connectivity of all thinking and all domains of knowledge, so that we might disclose the world in its holistic dimension. But I'm sure that we will be able to talk more about this at the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Tsoukas. It was also a connection with the previous panel, so on education, so this was very interesting. But I think, as you said, we have had from all three speakers several insights which would invite questions and comments. So let me open the floor directly. Yes. Yes, I saw 3 hands already. We will take them. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm Thanh Tâm Lê from Clem.
Also your name.
Yes, that's what I was doing actually. So I'm Thanh Tâm Lê. I'm from Climate Kick, and I was in a session yesterday about climate innovation and systemic thinking. Maybe a point which is more connected to the role of scientists, but I think it's broader than that. I feel one of the fundamental challenges we all have to face is how we reconcile our integrity as individuals, and that includes our integrity as scientists or as experts, and the fact that we're dealing with topics which obviously go far beyond the control of any of us, even intellectually. So let me take one example to be very concrete. We're working in climate innovation, and one of the big topics is the transition of cities. And I always quote this a very respectable and expert in urban transitions who said a few years ago, well, we have progressed a lot in the last 10 years, and in 15 years, we as scientists will be able to start doing something on the ground. And in fact, what I said was, you are right, scientifically speaking, but the problem is that the cities cannot wait for 15 years. So what's going to happen? They're going to try innovation, and you think that they will wait for you until the science is ready, but they won't, because they can't. And so either you actually get your hands dirty, so to speak, and you come with your knowledge and your expertise, and you orient what needs to be, but you also accept that some things are going to be messy, and you will learn from that. Or you stay away, and the things are going to happen without you, and the science will be less and less present in innovation, and innovation beyond that in transitions. So I think the point is really, how do we have in our experiences, and I don't want to be long, but even in my own experience, I come from a system which is very science-based, very deductive, etc. How did I come to systems thinking, and did I have to renounce my previous knowledge and no, I actually used it, and I try to amplify it by systems thinking. And the question is, are we ready to do that? So are we ready as scientists, but also as other contributors, to work together on issues which are not under our control individually and which might hurt our own knowledge, but still be insistent on bringing our knowledge in this space which is beyond the maturity of our own fields. And I think that's one way to look at it, and I must say it's an everyday challenge. We struggle to engage scientists in innovation even because they can't because they have to deal with this struggle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the comment is clear. There was another there who wanted to. Yeah.
Knows that this is the most exciting panel of the conference because it's where we are talking about the core of the problem. So the way we see the world. Our Weltanschauung, our way to deal with the world. So I will go to, I was quoting Bruno Latour in our panel. The point of Latour is that we are not really modern. The issue is that we feel that the modern times, the modern philosophy is clashing, but probably we have not been applying and going through the full power of the modern philosophy. Substantially, modern philosophy can be synthesized after the Enlightenment in liberté, égalité, fraternité. We are acting as, free, we are pushing freedom, we are pushing equality, but we are not considering connectedness. And I think this was the point before. What is really missing is bringing into the picture of science, of politics, let's say in the Western way of thinking, the connectedness. This is, I think, the most important point of the debate is in Pope Francis Laudato Si, is in all the debate, how can bring the systemic approach, not, throwing the baby with the wastewater away, so not throwing science and the achievements of the modern times, but being really brothers.
Thank you. I think it's clear. Thanasis Kajulakis.
This is an answer to Didier's comment. First of all, I think that it's true that scientists are responsible for the climate crisis, not just because of revealing it, but because of providing to engineers the conceptual tools that allowed them to create the physical tools that allowed for the climate crisis. And the second point is that a referee cannot be a player. As we say in Greek, I papas papas, I zevgas zevgas. A scientist cannot be an activist, not just because she would lose her credibility, but because the first responsibility of the scientist is to doubt, to challenge her own beliefs, to be ready every day to accept that the earth is flat if such evidence became discovered. Whereas an activist must continue tomorrow what she was saying yesterday. She must use evidence selectively, must find for her own personal truth.
Thank you, very important. I see there are more questions. I will let them, because we already have 3 questions, give a first reply to the questions so far, and I will give you the floor afterwards to ask your questions in a final round. Let's start.
Of course, I agree with. I fully agree about your remarks. We should think out of the box. Scientists, of course, they have the innovative solution, but the problem the problem still persists. How we democratize those innovative solutions and make them available for the vulnerable population. This is the right question. We are talking about desalination. Desalination as an adaptive solution for drinking water, for irrigation as well. But the small farmers, just an example, for the small farmers who are cultivating their crops, in which way we make this solution available for them? They don't have the cost to buy desalinated water. Just an example. So we have to think about the democratization of science, of solutions, of innovation, and make those solutions available for the vulnerable population.
Okay, so thanks a lot for your position, and I should say that I quite agree with your statement. But in fact, in the climate crisis, I see that it's not so easy. It's not so easy for a number of scientists who are really wondering whether they should stay on the scientific side and provide results that will help to understand and help to solve the problem, or sometimes they can become a politician and they run for election, and in this case they build another life somehow, and we have the case in France of Cédric Villani, who is a Medal Field winner in mathematics, who has been elected as a deputy and is now working a lot in the political world. But we have also other cases in France, like Valérie Masson-Delmotte. She is a very, very good scientist in climate domain, and she is also very active in terms of politics to try to convince politics to do something. Because at some point, what is a little bit, for me, a problem is to see that politics are talking a lot about now the crisis, the climate crisis. It's something which is becoming some of the big problem, at least in the language, in the talks of politics. But in fact, in terms of actions, there is a huge gap between what they do, what they should do, and what is really done in countries and the real problem. And that's, I can understand that as a citizen, you knowing the problem and being very well aware about the consequences, you cannot stay just on the comfortable scientific side. I think just, I don't know whether you wanted to address this question, but you are typically very concerned about that. I don't know whether you can have a microphone. Maybe for just raise the hand. No? Okay, so that's that. Okay, sorry.
Yes, I think they're very profound questions. Just very, very briefly, epigrammatically, I think the best attitude to science is to be ambivalent. Science is a wonderful tool. Science can be a destructive tool. Cannot be separated. Since Plato, the first who realized this was Oppenheimer, of course. In the aftermath of the atomic bomb, Oppenheimer was dismayed. What have we created? So the question is, then was Oppenheimer an activist? I think he was, and he should be. In my view, the scientist, a proper scientist with a proper understanding of what it is to do science, cannot avoid but be an activist. And we see now with AI, Professor Hinton, the pioneer in artificial intelligence, he is at the forefront of warning us that research ought to be regulated, otherwise AI can be destructive. I know it's a big topic, can be discussed later. The final point I want to make is about connectedness. That, for me, is the key challenge, the conjunctive thinking. We need epistemologically, theoretically, empirically to work out connections. Let me give you a very, very brief example of how I try to do it in my job. I am an organization theorist. I teach people about how organizations work. Typically, when you look at an organization, what do you see first? An organization chart. Who is in charge, management committee, branches, and so on. Well, that's fine. That's how we normally represent organizations. Then you go into an organization, and what do you see? Do you see anywhere on the organization chart? No. You see people doing their jobs, and they do their jobs in all sorts of ways. So educating people, not just to look at the design of organizations, but to look at the actual working of people in organizations, that in itself is quite liberating, because you see things in practice, unintended effects, for example, which you never see by design. So trying to combine the formalistic design element with the informal, accidental, unintended that goes on in action, and try to combine the two on an ongoing basis, for me, it is to make a very useful connection in the way you understand organizations. And you can expand this line of thinking in other domains as well.
Thank you. So I think we had three who wanted to take the floor. So please try to be brief, though, so that we keep the time. Yes, let's start from there.
Thank you very much for this very interesting panel. My name is Gideon Bechar from Israel. Mahatma Gandhi once said, there is enough in the world for man's need, but not for man's greed. Okay? Now, I think when we are trying to find solution to the climate crisis, and we are trying to look at many solutions, more renewable, more technology, more, carbon credit, things like that. I wonder if really we will be able to solve the problem if we do not solve the fundamental issue, which is a crisis of the human spirit. This is what's driving the climate change, the climate crisis, the planetary crisis. Everything is being driven by some sort of unhealthy human spirit. And I think that we need to do something there, and to create and to have a new set of values that will guide us as a humanity, so that we can live together with the environment and create one health for humans, for the planet, for the climate, for nature. So I'll be happy to hear your opinion about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Two more questions, yes. 1, 2.
Thank you to Ms. Sharafat's presentation. Communication is very important, and science diplomacy is more important. We need to have a different type of language to talk with decision makers, with people, with NGOs, with anyone. We have a lot of information. All of us convinced that there will be a problem, but the one who will react is the people, the audience, the public. If this does not convey to them in the right way, they understand, they will not change. We talk a lot, and even, let's say, I'd say in Jordan, even some of the decision makers, they don't believe there is a climate change issue. If they listen to this presentation, we can understand. Regular people, they cannot. But we need a special topic, program, to prepare a language that we can talk with farmers, we can talk with students, we can talk with decision makers, the language they understand. This is science diplomacy, but not only for decision makers. Another thing under the human rights, I don't know what you meant by make water like a human being. I don't know. For me, I would say if we can send a recommendation or slogans to stop the weaponization of water. This is very important. The destruction of water infrastructure or stop supplies of water, the service, it's very harm to people. And if we can consider it one of the weapon of mass destruction that should be prohibited, whatever conflict happened, the main important right for the people is to have water to drink or to have the wash service. It is important. So if we can consider this and mention something about stop weaponization of water, I think it will be very important from this.
Thank you. And the final question, yes.
Thanks very much, Manfred Lange. I have two remarks. One to Professor Feilau. You refer, I think, to the ethical dimensions of climate change and the victims of climate change, and I understand that you referred primarily to women, children, and migrants. Now, with regard to migrants, I think we should keep in mind that the decision to migrate are rarely monocausal. In other words, I'm not discounting the effect of climate change on the decision to migrate, but there are often many other factors that play a role, maybe sometimes more important than climate change. That's just a remark and a comment. With regard to Professor Tsoukas, I found your deliberations really interesting when you talked about the other dimension of reality. And I was wondering, are you referring to metaphysical or spiritual dimension? And if so, maybe you could elaborate just a little bit on what you mean by that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we will have your final replies. Professor Tsoukas, let's start this round of replies from you, and we will continue here.
Thanks, Achilles. I'll be brief. It's Wittgenstein said, the world has no meaning in itself. Facts have no meaning. We give meaning to facts, we as human beings. So the metaphysical is always behind the physical. So my plea and what I'm trying to inculcate to my students is what I call the metaphysical wonder or the philosophical attitude in its both meaning, not in any systematic philosophical necessarily, as interrogative, as reflective, as looking at the assumptions behind our thinking. That, I think, is quite liberating if you can pinpoint at particular examples. If you take particular examples and you invite people to reflect on the assumptions, then people become naturally philosophical. That was the Socratic insight. Philosophy is within us. All it takes is just to bring it out. So the philosophical and the spiritual, I think it's quite important, as you pointed out. And the final bit is policy. You cannot talk to policymakers about philosophy or about anything which vaguely resembles spiritual. Policymakers understand the utilitarian and the calculative. That's fine. And that's how it should be, perhaps. Our job, however, is not as technocrats, but as the creators of ideas and meanings, is to try to shift the debate, is to re-evaluate key concepts so that then when you use the same language will convey different meanings. So I see myself, and I see the academy and all intellectual institutions as working out in the domain of meanings. Once the meaning changes, that will be translated at some point into policy making as well.
I'm fine. I'm okay.
Thank you very much. We need also our coffee, so I think this session has to end. I thank a lot our speakers for their interventions. I think they gave us a lot of insights. So we conclude this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Emilianidis, Your Excellency Ms. Hafailal, Professor Tsoukas, and Professor Roux. We will reconvene back sharply at 11 as many people have flights to catch. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are nearing the end of this very productive conference, and for our last panel, titled appropriately Concluding Panel From Here to the Future, I would like to welcome to the stage Professor Kostas Papanikolas, Institute Professor and President Emeritus at the Cyprus Institute, and member of the Cyprus Academy of Sciences, Letters, and Arts. Professor Papanikolas.
Hello, please be seated. One more panel. This is the concluding panel. I think it's a very important one. So I will ask our panelists to come to the stage. Oh, this will save time. So I would like Professor Maras, Professor Milianis, Minister Excellency Tamar. Okay, everybody. Ένας από εσάς εκεί, ένας από εσάς εδώ. Κάτσε εδώ με την Tamar. Okay. Yes. Like you next to me. Okay. I have the privilege of being the chair. Let me get my clock. So, if I may have your attention, we're coming to the end of it. This is a concluding panel, and actually it should have been a roundtable discussion with all of you here. So we'll start this, and I would like to expand the discussion in, to involve everybody. So I'll ask the panelists to please be brief, to the point, and likewise the questions and the comments, so we give the opportunity to have a more encompassing and reactive participation. I'll raise two questions. What new perspective did you gain, if any, out of this conference? What is the take-home message that you think you'll take home? B, what course of action is needed to be followed after this, and how should be pursued? So these are the two questions. I'll do a cycle, 3 minutes for each one of you, for each question. We'll open the discussion, and then I'll come back to the panel to discuss the situation. I would be a little bit proactive, if you say, and I'll inject some briefly, as everybody else, thoughts. I think it was a big success from what I hear, and from those that came and went and so on. We have, as I said, 22 nationalities being represented here, tens of academies, tens of academic institutions, tens of politicians, current and past, be here. So we had the right mix. B, an observation, which was further enhanced by debate this morning. I think maybe we failed in something, because I keep hearing, even panelists that are sitting here, or they have been throughout the day, that we have to talk to the policymakers, as though this is a scientific conference. This is not a scientific conference where new results are being announced. It's supposed to galvanize the interaction between scientists and policymakers, and there are many policymakers. This panel makes a point. If you look around, there are 4 ex-ministers sitting here. One actually is at the level current minister. And they keep talking about talking to politicians, these same people. You are policymakers. I'll go around as introducing the panel, having made these points. Tamar, ex-minister of environment in Israel, very active in promoting passionately the issues of climate change and environment. A politician, I would say, %. What is she doing now? He's heading the National Policy Center at the Ben Gurion University. Duality. Professor Malas, the president of the Cyprus Institute. Okay, well-known biologist, but ex-minister of health in the Cyprus government, played a key role in EU deliberations in forming the framework program in EU. Is the research program every 7 years. He played a key role. He headed actually at the time when the Cyprus presidency was doing holding the presidency of the EU, and Cyprus will be holding it in 2 years, in 2026, and he played an instrumental role in shaping key aspects of the research agenda of the European Union. He's heading the Cyprus Institute, a politician, an academic, another duality. Hani Helal, world-renowned scientist, you'll see his name in science, in scientific journals, in Le Monde, about his current work in unveiling the secrets of the pyramids using high energy techniques. But we know all in the region and abroad, Europe and beyond, ex-minister, heading now driving the Japanese Egyptian University in Alexandria, a politician, an academic, duality. Khalid Tukan, we go way back as students, both of us at MIT. I met him as a student, but became minister of this, higher education, research, heading, shaping actually the energy program in Jordan and the region. Academic. I thought he was academic when I met him the first time. Politician. Duality. Professor Emilianidis, the head of the president of our academy. You heard him talk and chair the law, the very nice panel we had on legal aspects about the legal implications of and tools for climate change. He is talking regularly to our president because the academy is, as in many countries, is recognized in its formation as an advisory board to the government. And he played, along with Professor Malas, key role in what we heard from the president. Actually, in Cyprus, he's every day on the news, shaping public opinion about constitutional issues, on these policy issues, etc. Is he a policymaker, or is he an academic? Duality. So this is the point I want to make. We are not scientists here, even yourselves saying, talk to politicians. And this is the strength. This is the strength, and that's what we should like to debate. Soon, and we have to keep on time, because somebody else, a world-renowned academic, Jeffrey Sachs. We started with Ernie Moniz, a giant in nuclear physics. That's my field, and that's how I got to know him way back. But ex-minister of energy, secretary of energy under Obama, still shaping policy in the United States. We heard him the first day. Jeffrey Sachs will wake up at 5 a.m. in New York today to talk to us live. He didn't want to send a recorded message. He'll wake up at 5 a.m. in a very, very, very busy week in New York, as you know, where he's playing a leading role, and shows, is he an academic? Is Jeffrey Sachs? Yes, he is. He's one of the most quoted economists in the world. Is he a policymaker? Yes, he is. Minister Tamar here, she flew yesterday back, I believe, from New York. She went for a few hours to her home to change her clothes, I think, or whatever, see her family, and she flew back here. Duality and commitment. This is the strength. So I'll stop here because the two issues and the questions I asked, and please don't tell me we have to talk to politicians. You are politicians, and by definition of politician is not somebody who holds the title of a minister, or most of you did anyway, is those that shape political agendas. And in that broad sense, most of you here, we have many ex-ministers in the audience and beyond, we're doing that. So why don't we discuss from that perspective? And I want to prevent the discussion, we should influence policy. You are influencing policy. You are influencing policy, and we have to approach it, I suggest, from that end. I'll stop here, and let me start with, ladies first, with what new perspective did you gain, if any, and what is the takeaway message? 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. So, like you said, it was very, very important for me to be here in this initiative, not just because of the opportunity to share my insights with you, but because I believe that this initiative is crucial to our region. You know, as you said, I just came back from New York, a very business-oriented climate week, very important. You know, for Israel and many of the countries here, we look to Europe many times. You know, Israel sings in the Eurovision, plays in the European League, but actually the climate itself, the desert, the soil, the sea, the land, we share with this region. And this is the reason we share the problem, and we also need to share the solutions. So sitting here and listening to the scholars and the policymakers around the table, I really felt at home, both in terms of, as I said, the problem, the fauna, the flora. You know, the first time I went to Cyprus, I felt like this is the country that is most similar to Israel in terms of, you know, what you see around you. I also believe Israel has a very unique opportunity or things to offer also to this initiative, because the countries here of this initiative share the vulnerability. We are a global climate hotspot. We share the problems. You know that I read yesterday that, you know, usually we refer to climate change, we used to talk about it as something for future generations, right? Every speech we gave, we talked about our children and our grandchildren. Okay, so when I was a child, I consider myself not that old yet, but when I was a child in the 80s, we had 4 days in a row on average of the temperature of 32 degrees Celsius. 4 days in a row, that was the maximum average in the 80s. This year, 2024, in Israel, we had 88 days in a row of average temperature of 32 degrees Celsius. 88 days, almost 3 months in a row. And that happened within the lifetime of someone who is not 50 yet. So this is happening here and now, and we know, you shared around these 3 days all the problems. But climate crisis, as you referred, it's a crisis, it's not just change. It's not a planetary crisis. It's not the crisis of the earth and the soil, the earth will recover. It will change, it can be totally different. This is a crisis of humanity on the planet, of the human civilization, and the question is, will we be able, this is an economic crisis and a social crisis. So the question is, can humanity not only survive, but thrive and prosper on this earth the way we were used to? So if this is an economic crisis, the solution is a mixture of economy and science. So an economic-based crisis, but a science-based solution. And this is why I'm a strong believer in this connection and this nexus between science and policy. I think that some people say that we already know everything. Now we have to do something about it. I think that knowledge and the science and the policy tools are developing very, very quickly, very, very rapidly. We have a lot to share on the solution side. And again, Israel being as vulnerable as all the countries here, but also a very developed and industrialized country. So our contribution in terms of the problem, not only myself with flying a lot and using a lot of carbon, but all the economy can be of great power. And we have people here from Israel, from the water industry, from science, that have a lot of world-leading solutions to contribute. Also from my university, Ben Gurion University. Maybe if we have time, I will develop later on a model that we can share with this initiative. To conclude, maybe one takeout is that how much we have in common and it can serve on the vulnerable side, but also how much power we have in common to walk ourselves through the solution to a better future.
So, this interface is the take-home message for you.
Yeah.
Stavro.
I have a slide, Costa. I want to show a slide, please.
Okay.
So,
here.
Okay. So, I want to show you a slide because, yes, I've been a Minister of Health, and we're talking about a disease here. But I'm also a geneticist, and geneticists, look at the problem in its root. So here we are. Now, I am actually showing you here a fried egg, or an egg, or not a fried egg, it can be a fried egg. So that's the globe, and that's an egg. And it's exactly the same thing. And I want to actually draw the paradigm, what we're discussing here. So you see the egg has a nucleus as the yolk of the egg, and we're all sitting in the nucleus. And of course you have the environment around the egg. The environment around the egg is the albumin, yeah? And it controls what this nucleus is doing, and the nucleus is actually sending messages here. Now, the energy comes from the outside of the earth, And all this energy is transformed, as we know, into life. Now, the last couple of 100 years, we decided to generate energy from here instead of the natural source, and we began destroying the atmosphere. That's what we did. Now here, this egg here contains, in here in the white, different parts are different, you just don't see them. So if you disrupt in this white thing, there are different regions. If you disrupt them, this egg will never grow. So this is the message that there's a system here, a very complex one. You just don't see how complex it is. There is a system here which is a multifactorial, and if you disrupt this system, then you have a problem. Now, now we have therefore a chronic disease, which we now call it climate crisis. It's a multifactorial, it's not just one. And this chronic disease will affect different regions in different severity. Now, if you have 2 degrees increase in Finland, in the future, probably they grow a few more tomatoes over the year. But if you have 2 degrees increase in this region, then clearly you have a major problem. So a crisis or a chronic disease is caused primarily by disrupting an equilibrium, which is what we've done here. Now, the EMA region, as we call it, this part of the world, clearly has a lot more things, a lot more problems than just increase potentially future increase of heat. Well, it is a social melting pot, or it should be actually. It is not, and it actually suffers from one major problem other regions don't suffer, which is why we have repetitive wars. Social insularity. This is so societies are not receptive to accepting other societies in difference, and this insularity is a major problem of this region. And this region also is undergoing a major transformation. What is that transformation? It is generating a lot of the energy that we use, and we have to go through a transition. Now that's going to have an enormous impact on this region. 81%, 87% of the budget income of Saudi Arabia is coming from fossil fuel. 90% from exports, 42% of GDP. Iraq, 95%, 99% of exports is in oil. So this region, during this transformation, we are actually pushing to become climate neutral, will have a major and a local impact on this region. So you cannot take this away. And population growth, 1.56 growth in this region as opposed to 1.1 in the rest of the world. Of course, in Europe is minus 2.4 in Egypt. A population expansion, explosion in certain regions, and obviously population is concentrated. So it is a very complex problem. So the take-home message for you, if I were to contribute anything as a biologist, is that you remember the egg that you are eating. By the way, I eat about 5 of them every day, and my cholesterol levels are extremely low. They're very good. So this egg is actually, and now scientists are working out, is different in every part. And if you disrupt one region, you disrupt the whole system. The same with the Earth. If you actually disrupt one region more, it affects other regions a lot more. And so this region is critical. Now, obviously, I will wear the hat of a politician. I never actually wear this hat, but I think that combining fundamental knowledge is very important for a politician to blow up the problem, to see what it is. Often politicians do not see the problem through a microscope. Yes, they see it from a distance and they think they see it, but that's not. So I use this example to magnify the problem for you, and if we appreciate that we have a global problem with a topological cause, then we can actually be able to intervene. Thank you.
Okay, clear message here. Honey, you gave, I thought, a brilliant summary in the previous panel by highlighting the shift of paradigm. So take away message.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll be very brief and focused. You know, the take-home message for me is very simple. You and we scientists, you know, we know the dimension of the crisis. This is number one. It means that we continue, you know, to understand better the dimensions, the challenges of the crisis. And I think, you know, the paradigm shift in the terminology is very important, not only to the politician, but also for the public, for the society. This is number one. Message number two is that we are in the region, we are on a very difficult, you know, foggy environment nowadays. And if you will go to any official and say, okay, let us do this, they will say, okay, wait until the situation is improved, and hopefully, you know, we hope all to be, you know, improved soon. What I would take home is that we should continue to work together and prepare for the future when this fog is completely away. The third message that I would like to take home is there is always hope. Second, it's never too late. And third, never give up. You know, not as individual scientists, but as a group. Maybe I can develop more on this in answering the second question. What is next? And maybe I'll touch on.
No, this is second.
Yes, I know.
Too efficient.
You know, what is difficult for us, it means scientists, politicians, decision makers, is that we scientists, we didn't reach what we call in science the critical mass to have an impact. And this impact is not the scientific impact, it's the social and the political impact. I'll develop it later. Thank you.
Khalid, both as a scientist, as a policymaker, what is the take-home message?
Yes, thank you, Kostas. If you would be kind enough to project a slide, or I will project it. Well, if you look at the key elements for the prosperity and basically existence of any society, it's the nexus WAFI: water, food, energy, and environment. When you look at the countries in the region, no country on its own really has encompassed the four pillars of the WAFI: water, energy, food, and environment. Some countries, like the Gulf countries, are rich in the E, the energy, but definitely they are very poor when it comes to water resources. So the key message I want to say is that we cannot work in silos. First, within each country, and the Minister of Environment of Cyprus, in her opening remarks, I think she put it very candidly, that in the government of Cyprus, she said, we will not work in different silos. Minister of Energy, dependent of let's say, Minister of Environment. So in this part of the world, we are accustomed to work in silos. Basically, every ministry or water, they plan on their own. Energy, they plan it on their own. Environment, they plan it on their own. So these silos have to be broken. So we have to work as one team within each country and one team within the EMI region, because this problem is a trans-boundary problem. If I take the case of Jordan, for example, when it comes to water, I should basically demonstrate how the gravity of the situation. We are not in the red. We are in the deep, deep red when it comes to water. When you look at the absolute water scarcity, it's 500 cubic meter per capita per year. Currently, we are at 61 cubic meter. So we are really way below. The water sector consumes 16% of the total electricity production in the country because the population centers are away from the water resources, and you need a lot of energy to pump it. And we rely a lot on high depth of ground water. The energy intensity currently is 3.4 kilowatt hours per cubic meter in Jordan. If you compare it to the US, to produce 1 cubic meter of fresh water, it's 0.42. It's 4.2 in Germany and 0.55 in the US. So currently, we are way above. Now, if you add to this, the real challenge now, where we heard in this conference that many countries, including Cyprus, and I know my country, Jordan, are working now for water desalination. This actually will increase the energy intensity you need to produce fresh water. So we will go to 9 kilowatt hour per cubic meter. Imagine, 20 times more compared to the US and Germany. So all in all, my key message is, this is a real crisis. It's hitting hard on the very existence of human societies in our region. We cannot work in silos within each country. We cannot work in silos, each country working on its own, unless there is an integrated, comprehensive, concerted efforts by all countries in the region, within the whole global human family. I think the gravity of the situation in this part of the world will become more, and we will, unfortunately, unless there are real actions taken, we will go more and more into a crisis situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Once again, the message, break the silos between ministries within a country, but more importantly, the barriers for regional cooperation. I mean, I hear it over and over again. So, Achillea, you have the last word.
Thank you, Kostas. I think many valid points were raised. Let me focus on a specific issue to answer your question. There has been much focus in policy making more generally on the term awareness, how the status of being aware. Even in the EU, in our last election, the European Commission asked Taylor Swift to say people vote so that we would have a larger turnout. For years, we were talking for decades about world peace. People were aware that we need world peace. There was a Second World War before. Even in beauty pageants, they kept telling, we need world peace, we need world peace. But we don't have world peace. The world is not better off today. The same is true, I think, with spending too much money on awareness on climate crisis, which in my view does not lead anywhere. People have heard that there is a climate crisis repeatedly. If you ask most, they will know that there is a world crisis in climate, or they don't care if they have heard it and neglected it. So I think the question is not how to make people aware today. The question is how to convince governments to act for practical solutions and implementation, which is a different question altogether, because you need to convince the people not on being generally aware, but without knowing what specific solutions they would take. But in order to find regulation and accordingly policy solutions, where you explain to people why you need them so urgently. I think this is where the European regulatory, the EU regulatory system has failed badly, in the sense that it has taken a lot of regulatory solutions in the field, but many of its options have been ridiculed because nobody actually understood from the people at large why these were needed. And if you take regulatory actions, even if they are good, if you fail to explain why they are so connected with the actual societal and economic problems you are facing, you are not going to have much trust in the system. So I think we should take from our failures, and we have had a lot of failures in these regards, focusing on awareness, focusing on regulations without convincing people why we need this. And in order to start having some successes, I think we need to take what's wrong with the failures and find those successes. So we have been here for 4 days. It's clear, and we know it, that there is a wide consensus among scientists, even if they're politicians also, or policymakers and so on what needs to be done, on what is the problem, on what are the solutions. The question is how to make this accessible and urgent, especially urgent, for those who are politicians without being scientists, who are policymakers without being scientists, and who want to see what is so urgent about them, what is so urgent about their voters, what is so urgent about their chances of being re-elected, what are their chances about, if we are talking about the people, on what their employment or social status is going to be, or whether they will have a position to drink water or not. So this question on, and this of course goes with your second question as well, on how to fit this urgency into a narrative that will skip away from, drift away from the scientific community and will be convincing for the people at large, for the society at large, I think is my home message, namely, how can we implement? And these, for me, are the crucial questions I take from this conference.
Well, clear, a little bit heretic, I think, in your message, because you are known for thinking outside the box. Thank you. So you say, if I take it, if I understood correctly, the issue is not more communication, is better communication. Talk the language better, the way it can be understood, that those will make the decisions, correct? Okay? Partly this is also the answer to the second question. So I'll reverse the order. So you covered both. So the second question, if to put it succinctly, what next? So we'll go the reverse order. Khalid.
Yes, what next? For me, definitely, as I've said, we cannot work as countries in silos. I would call for establishing a regional coordination group or a center on a regional basis, specifically for climate research and tackling the climate crisis, with specific goals and targets. By all accounts, we have to lobby the decision makers. As everybody knows, probably maybe a decade ago, many politicians, even in the US and West, still doubted climate change and One of them is a very famous politician. You all know whom I'm talking about.
Yeah,
So definitely, we have to convince our leaders, the scientific community, because still, some scientists, they talk about climate change and they say this is still a cyclic process that takes place every millennium. And by all accounts, you need money. So you cannot just talk about finding solutions. And definitely, I think there has to be a regional bank with funds from different countries that will help devise projects that will address specific projects, whether it comes to agriculture, water, energy, in order to put solutions forward. I mean, we cannot just keep talking without really the needs, and you need money for that. That's why we think a bank should be established. By all accounts, I think the young generation, definitely, we started hearing about it, but I think we have to start disseminating this knowledge into the young generation at an early stage in the schools and universities. And lastly, we have to operationalize an early monitoring and response center for climate change. I know that Cyprus has championed probably and established such an initiative according to the EU, but I think now we need a well-established center on a regional basis to gather data from all countries in the region. We have actually one of the presentations 2 days ago that data is lacking from this country, so why? No, I think we need concrete data that has to be provided to this center, and solutions have to be devised and really through the concerted effort, the banks for the money, this center, and respective governments move ahead. Otherwise, we'll just keep on addressing the problem without really solving it. Thank you.
Wow, okay, you gave quite an agenda for the future, very encompassing, thank you very much. Actually, you brought a point that has not been brought up to now, the suggestion of Jeffrey Sachs, actually, at COP27, to establish a regional bank in the model of ECBRD, for example, the European Bank for Reconstruction was established to reconstruct the ex-Soviet Union republics that joined the European Union, along that model to manage the regional cooperation. Very important, you bring this back to the agenda. Thank you very much. So quite a regional center, cooperation, economies of scale, financing. So, Hani.
Thank you very much. I think I'll add to what Khalid has said. As I said at the beginning, in answering the first question, is that we should go gradually from science to society. And as I said, maybe some political difficulties actually maybe will prevent having a real regional cooperation, but I think we scientists have to be prepared. We need, even if there is a political disagreement on some items, we have to be prepared. We have to identify the champions in each field and work with them. Second point, which is important for me, is the, to have...
Minister Raouna is with us. This is welcome, Minister. Thank you very much.
Okay. We need better communication. We need better. We need better tools to reach the community, and I think this can be done easily, by cooperation with other partners in the region. We need to fill the gap. There is many gaps, even in the cooperation between different groups, and we need to fill this gap. maybe a change of terminology. Instead of saying national projects and regional projects, I think we should move from the ownership of the initiative, from scientists to the partnership between scientists and governments. I think this is, we need to have another group of lobbying, You have said some of us were former ministers, but, we need this group to reach a critical mass that their effort will be effective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Clear, reinforcing aspects of what we heard before, but also bringing this, enhancing further this duality, which I called. Yes. Stavro.
Okay, thank you, Costa. During the discussion, everybody mentioned the two key words, mitigation and adaptation. So let's just focus a little bit as scientists first. Go back to the egg. Now, scientific solutions. Now, science has one very powerful tool that didn't have in the past. Big data analysis. In other words, we can analyze millions and zillions of data simultaneously and get a picture. That's very important to have the picture of what's happening. We didn't have this capability, and we have it now, and this is as a result, of course, of computational science, high-performance computing, and so on. Now, why is it important? We were discussing yesterday. Now, we say we are obviously focusing in this region, and there is a reason for that, because obviously the problem is worse in this region than in others. So we need to see the problem. We need to collect data, and we need to collaborate. And this is why we're calling for a structured regional scientific alliance, not only just to push politicians to talk and develop policies, but together to actually use that networking of being able to collect data. Yesterday, or I think the day before yesterday, you heard one of our center directors, Jean Sears, saying that we don't know that if the data we collect from certain regions are accurate. We need to collect the data if we don't have the data. And that data isn't just emissions, it's a whole lot of data, geographic, demographic, socioeconomic, and so on. So we can actually amplify the problem, so we can see the multimodality of the problem. If you look at the egg, you remember the egg is not uniform. If certain regions are very different, you just don't see it. Okay, technologies. Decarbonization, energy production technologies. Technologies are there, they're obviously developing, and we all agree that since we are going back to the sun, we need to find ways to store the energy that the sun is giving when the sun goes away in the evening, and that's obviously a big challenge, and there was a session on that. Now, we also have to think as global leaders. Most of us here represent institutions. Now, universities and institutes need to act as global leaders, and in a few minutes you're going to hear Jeffrey Sachs talk about, he talks about a lot of things. I encourage you to Google him, particularly on certain political aspects of the Ukrainian war. He's actually, we are part of it, forging this global academic alliance for sustainable development, and this is the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and we actually released a statement. So when we educate, we need to educate not only scientifically, but people, and it was said earlier on by the previous panel, with a systemic understanding of the problems. So the Cyprus Institute now, in its part, is calling for this regional scientific alliance for climate change. And lastly, we have the minister here, the Deputy Minister for European Affairs. Next year, in 2026, she will be presiding over a council. Now, when the EMI region sneezes, the EU gets fever. When the EMI region gets fever, the European community will get systemic pain and possibly chronic disease. So we are in this transition, and this EMI region is going to go into fever, and if we don't see the problem, blow it up, then European Union will actually get a serious disease. And this is where we think, when we have the presidency, Minister, we need to formulate specific research actions in the next program so we can work on specific solutions, but have a global understanding of what the problem is. And when this transition happens to a net zero economy in this region, to be able to cope with the massive economic transformation and potentially social. In a region, there is also social insularity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stavro. Okay, you amplified the agenda, and you brought, actually, you advanced it by saying, getting on a refined agenda, start with collecting data, start with modeling, enhancing, actually, some of the points that Didier Roux made earlier, that it's science that can make the projections. It's science that will give the solutions. Minister Zandberg, dear Tamar, you have the last word.
Oh, thank you. So to answer that question and also to echo the other speakers, I want to share with you that last month we had in the institute in Ben Gurion University a public opinion survey asking the people, the Israelis, many questions about climate change, and one of them was about trust. Now, the press release hasn't been out yet, but I want to give you a heads up to share with you one insight about who do the Israelis trust for information. And the highest entity that was tested, that got the highest trust was the scientists. So science and scientists. So all the scientists in the room asking what is our position, are we activists? Previously that question was raised. No, that the public looks at you for the information and for the tools and trust you more than the government, more than any other body. And you know what was the least trusted entity was social networks and social media. That was the least trusted. So we know it is very effective even if people don't trust it, but I think that is a very interesting insight to share. And you know why we did this survey? Not because we are a public opinion institute, but because public opinion is the way to get to policymakers. Because they are all of us as ministers and ex-politicians, we looked at what the people think, what they demand from us as an incentive to act. So this is the reason why we did it. Now, looking forward, I think that we have a very important tool here, and that is science, and many of you refer to that. And I want to suggest to look at the nexus between science and the economic tools. Khaled, you shared, of course, the water problem in Jordan. Obviously, you shared the plan to pump and desalinate from the Aqaba Gulf up to Amman. 2 years ago, Israel and Jordan signed the water for energy deal to desalinate from the northern part of Israel, which is closer to Amman, and exchange it for electricity, solar electricity that will be back. So this is example for a regional solution that can be proposed, of course, overcoming politics and a lot of challenges that we obviously have, but this is something that makes sense economically and regionally and climate-wise and water-wise and electricity-wise. And the last thing I want to do is share, going to your modeling offering. I think this is a great contribution this group can have as a science policy group. I want to offer Ben Gurion University tools. We are developing a model to weigh or to evaluate the footprint in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, land use, and water use. It can be used on the national level for every country for itself, or like to measure a city's footprint, for example, but it can also be used as a regional group. So let's say all the countries that are represented in this room we can ask ourselves, how much do we weigh in terms of footprint collectively? And then what we are doing in the Policy Center is starting a task force to also share the solutions. And we are focusing, I call it a 5x5x5 framework. So that is, what are the 5 steps in 5 different mitigation areas that would make the most impact in 5 years, that will make this Pareto, okay? So we are looking at 2030, all of us countries and the international forums, the UN, etc. We are looking at COP. We all have goals for 2030. None of us are on track to meet the goals. So what do we do in the next 5 years to meet our goals or to get us the closest to our goals based on the information that we have that is based on the data that we have collected? That is my suggestion. And we can bring this model to this group, learn it, share our solutions around it, measure ourselves, and maybe can make a true impact.
Wonderful. Actually, an observation. As we went around, you all agreed, the consensus emerged, so you assume that this is obvious what the previous one said, and you kept refining it. Now we went from data analysis to specific models, specific tools. This is implicitly the biggest form of agreement, because you didn't even bother to say agree. You said, oh, given this, let's do this in addition. So, amazing agreement, and I'm not an optimist by nature, actually, on the contrary, but there is a lot of optimism coming in these dark times in our area. Fog was called by, I think, by Hani. The fog will go. The problem of climate change will be with us, and climate crisis, for decades to come. It's not going to go away easily. And it may take, to take a DDS analogy, a Manhattan project style to get it ameliorated. Now, I would like to open the discussion. Yes, but so we want as many contributions as possible. So please be succinct, short. No, I'll interrupt you in 45 seconds if you haven't made your point. So let's start. Identify yourselves very briefly, 45 seconds. No, Saudi Arabia was strongly present. They commented.
Anyway, I mean, essentially, I'm including Israel, by the way. I mean, Israel, per capita consumption is 6.2 tons of CO2 per capita, while Jordan, for example, is 1 ton. Palestine, probably 0.5. And, the problem is that we cannot be in silos. I mean, Israel, for example, just take a particular example, in silos. I mean, we have here from Pastor Moore. Anyway, I mean, he's talking about human spirit. But the question, Israel is destroying the whole Palestinian environment. It's ridiculous for them to be trying to cosmetically improve the environment while they're still consuming one of the largest consumers of coal. I mean, there are plenty of natural gas and renewable energy should be used. So, I mean, what is this lip service? I mean, we have Israeli participants here who have nothing to do with the government influence.
I said 45 seconds. It's over. So what is the point? Come on, please. We need to let other people express opinion. So please conclude. No, but it cannot continue like that. Look back how many hands there are. Thank you. So, yes, I mean it, 45 seconds. Think of a sharp message. I said we have, yes. So what is going on with the microphone? The batteries run out now, so it's an energy problem. Okay. Yes. Back there.
Thank you very much. So
identify yourself.
Yes, Lori Haitayan. I'm from Natural Resource Governance Institute. So just 45 minutes just to say that we do have an issue that hasn't been maybe much covered here and it should be covered, which is about like the internal dynamics of each of the countries of the East Mediterranean and the Middle East. The problem that we have is like the climate, this region is the most affected, and therefore there are drastic actions to be taken. And one of the drastic actions to be taken is on the energy transition, so it's on energy. And for the producer countries in the region that play an important role, not for their internal economies, but for the regional economy as well, because there are many Jordanians, Lebanese, others that work in the Gulf, let's say. These people, if there is a lesser of revenues coming from that region, it will affect the others, the non-producers. And therefore, we will be going into uncertainties. And that's why it's not only important for the UAE and Saudi Arabia to diversify their economies, which they're doing and which are they capable of doing, but there are like the poorest countries in the region that are not able to diversify. They need to diversify, work better on their governance and less corruption, or else we will all die. So that's
very clear message. You are highlighting the huge interconnections. And exactly this is the point that was made. We need to break the silos. Yes, interconnections are there. Yes, the lady here.
So, Maysoon Zabi from Jordan. The first comment is to Dr. Khaled. Being minister many times, and you might be prime minister, what you will do to make Jordan sectors think nexus type. The Minister of Agriculture, when he think of agriculture, he will think about shortage of water, shortage of energy. The same thing with the Minister of Energy, how the council, it cancelled, but how it can be obligatory to all ministers think next side when they propose strategic project. And the second comment to Tamr, we arm fully with regional cooperation, regional project. But how you guarantee this will be a success in a situation of politically unrest? And the prosperity is one example. Once when we have Gaza all delete, how you can guarantee to start with big project that can help us all without this can be used as a force or enforcement to country to listen.
Thank you very much. Okay, so there are comments and you are raising the issue of confidence, which is a very important one. Building if we are going to work together. I think it's a real issue, and thank you for raising it up. We are not going to have answers specific. When we conclude, please take note if you want to say a few things. Identify yourself, Fabio.
Yeah, Fabio Montagnino, the Cyprus Institute. I have in front of me a report which says substantially the same things we have been hearing in these 2 days of conference. But it is of the 6th of June, 1978. This is the report sent by J.F. Black to the Vice President of Exxon Research Engineering Petroleum Staff to inform about the greenhouse effect. I was 10 years old. So it's 46 years that we are turning around this problem. This report went into the drawer. Everything was stopped for 50 years. And at that time, this was like a small cancer. Now we are dealing with a metastatic state. So how, as scientists, politicians, good-willing people, we should deal with this, I was calling it elephant in the room, because the investments are locked there, and there should be a way out.
Yes, this is the $10 trillion question. Yes. Please identify yourself.
Manal Shahabi, the University of Oxford. Actually, my comment kind of just follows back on what Fabio was just saying about the fact that even as important as scientists to government discussion is needed, and this needs to be obviously a society issue, not just a science issue, but I think it assumes that all politicians are serious about their decarbonization plans and really transitioning to net zero. And I agree with Tamar that the whole region is behind targets, but I think also there is very minimal way of holding anyone really, even whoever is deciding, whether it's the Energy or Ministry of Climate or whatever, to really hold them accountable to these plans. So that's a problem. And then the second one is also, in addition to that, it needs to be a conversation with the larger societies for them to tell not just the scientists, but also people on the ground, people who can help provide the data, because as we know, we don't have enough data, and then also people to hear what the real issues they deal with and what solutions they have. And I think community-based solutions will really be also quite important in this, because scientists and policymakers often are disconnected, and we can't just wait for these really large top-down. We also need to encourage bottom-up solutions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're highlighting a point that was made earlier, the top-down, bottom-up, and there is the middle, which something doesn't work in the middle. It's often called Minister of Finance or whatever. There is something that in the middle that doesn't engage the gears. It was highlighted earlier. I don't know if you have seen the discussion in an earlier panel about this. But Professor Norton, please identify yourself for those that don't know you.
Brian Norton, amongst other things, Vice President of the European Academy's Science Advisory Council. First of all, congratulations on organizing a very interesting meeting, both in its content and in the diversity in a lot of dimensions of the participants. You asked what's next, and of the remaining part of my 45 seconds, I think continue this process, but perhaps take a chance to examine the physicality of the solutions. I mean, we talk about policy, we talk about convening groups, but it is physical systems that need to be introduced to change things. That needs an R&D base, it needs an educational base, it needs indigenous entrepreneurs. Much of the technologies don't come from this region, except with the one exception of Israel. And developing that and getting a much stronger R&D base in this part of the world would be an important contribution to getting solutions that are rooted in this place.
Excellent. Thank you very much. A very point well taken. One more question and we'll conclude. I understand Professor Sachs is waiting to deliver his address. Remember, it's 5 a.m. in New York, and we woke him up. Shows what commitment. Thank you very much, Professor Sachs. But we'll conclude, and soon you'll get the podium. So one last question, and then very briefly conclude. Yes, 45 seconds.
Thank you so much. My name is Ahmet Sözen, probably the only Turkish Cypriot in this room. I'm a professor of international relations. I really congratulate Cyprus Academy and Cyprus Institute for organizing this. I propose that there should be some sort of a reach to the other side of the UN divide, so that there are people who are actually working on fighting with the climate change on the other side. So it could be also an area of confidence building measures. My point is that the irresolution of the Cyprus problem should not prevent us from cooperating on climate and environment related issues. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. It's a very positive message, and it applies not only to the Palestinian issue, it applies to this very place. We have our own divides, and the fog, as called by Professor Helal, has to clear up. And you are here at this hour, and somebody from New York, important as Professor Sachs, are Saturday noon discussing this because we believe that really unites us is the common threat to our livelihood. So let's conclude. I'll reverse. I'll start again, ladies first.
Thank you so much. Just two short comments. One, recently it was revealed, like you said, that in the 70s, the oil and gas company, or the oil companies knew about the crisis, and the comment here was made that 50 years has passed and nothing has been done. Well, I take an optimist point out of that. If 50 years only the oil companies knew about it and did nothing, after 50 years we are all engaging with this problem. The thing is, we have 5 years left, so we have to really speed up our efforts. My colleague and friend from Jordan, you know, I've been a peace and human rights activist all my life. I was representing a party fighting for peace and human rights activist. I don't agree with many of the things you said. I agree with one thing, and that is that Israel is highly responsible for greenhouse gas emissions above its per capita, and this is this shows the economic and industrialization situation in Israel, and that is why Israel is so important to this initiative. I actually, you know, the UN COP, the countries are organized in groups. So I proposed for Israel to form a group of countries that are both vulnerable and accountable, because, you know, the world is divided between the contributors to the problem and the ones that are vulnerable, that are hurt. Israel is both. This is what puts us in a unique place globally and also to this initiative. So my proposal, you know, in COP28, there was a heads of state meeting of this initiative. So I sat in the room with countries from like Jordan, Palestine, Egypt, Greece, Cyprus, but also Iraq, Lebanon, countries that in these very hours and minutes Israel is maybe in the most severe conflict with. Everybody were united around fighting climate change, and I actually left that room inspired in ways that my usual politics up to that point did not allow me to. So I want to thank you for that, and I want to offer my personal and my universities and my country's contribution to this forum, and I think we can only take this to a constructive way of operating. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this positive argument.
Okay, just for me, first of all, allow me to wear the hat of the President of the Cyprus Institute and thank everybody for being here under very difficult circumstances, and that also answers some of the concerns we all have about the political environment we live. We scientists can talk to each other and we can collaborate, we can develop policies and certainly fertilize the political process, and that's the way forward. Now, the two key words, but there's one worrying me for this region. Mitigation, in many respects, will come as a top-down, it will come. Whether we like it or not, it will come because it's a global journey that most countries will align. Adaptation is a local problem, and that's where I worry most. This region, it's much more complex than we think towards the journey of adaptation. Now, you've all been in an airplane. Remember, in the takeoff, mostly we don't worry. During the journey, sometimes it's turbulence and we worry, and sometimes we have a crash landing. That's where my worry, adaptation is my worry for this region, and obviously the repercussions for the wider region. And to the gentleman there, I totally agree with you about collaboration with colleagues in the north. You're preaching to the converted, as you know, and you will see some action on our part, particularly when we hold the presidency of the European Union. Thank you.
Professor Hilal.
Okay, thank you. I think my last message is that we should continue, cooperation. We should continue developing our language to society and politicians. We should continue build the trust. what we need in the next phase is trust. Thank you.
Yes, I would go back to a comment by our colleague about the Exxon. And to be frank, Costas, I think I have attended 3 conferences.
Yes, I do.
I think you missed to invite the Exxons, the Mobiles, Mobile, the SOs, British. These, as our colleague said, are some of the major contributors, in addition to what Kamal said, the Gulf countries. These are parties who really have big money, but at the same time, they have been contributing to the CO2 for the last 3-4 decades. So these parties should be on board. And we have to talk to them, to be frank, because they have the big money, they are big decision makers, and at the same time, profit is the main driving force. So this element has to be taken into account. This is my first point. The second point, as I have mentioned, we cannot work in silos. And definitely, we cannot work on climate crisis when the whole political environment in the region is charged, as Hani said, is really going in the totally opposite direction. Rather than working together, it's fragmentation, it is destruction. So by all accounts, these initiatives will not succeed unless there is a comprehensive solution to the Palestinian problem and the establishment of a 2-state solution together, Palestine and Israel, as the whole UN community says, coexisting and living in peace. Unless this political dimension is tackled, there will never be a regional cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. So, because I understand Professor Sachs is waiting, very briefly. During a previous session, we had discussed whether solutions should be found at a regional level or a national level. And actually, all speakers of the panel were unanimous that it's simpler to begin at a national level because it's easier to find the funding and it's easier to implement solutions. This is true, but despite the fact that the saying is no man is an island, and countries clearly an island, Cyprus is an island, this does not mean that countries are self-sufficient for the purposes of the climate crisis we are facing. So, on the one hand, we need national solutions, but on the other hand, we need regional and international cooperation. And the problem, of course, I fully agree that the region is in turmoil. So it's not easy, it's not simple to find regional solutions, regional cooperation when the whole region is in turmoil. This is a very difficult situation, but it's correct that I raise is that we have been discussing this for many decades. A report was mentioned from 1978. It's true that we are discussing the problems. We need to implement now solutions, not to find solutions. We need to implement the solutions. And unfortunately, the companies, I agree, the large companies played a role. Turmoil in the region plays a role. Unwillingness of states plays a role. The Secretary General of the UN has raised it repeatedly in the Assembly, but to no avail in many ways. So I think my message is, again, we need to see how we can implement. The emphasis should be on implementation because there is too much talk for the solutions. It's a good work by the academic community. We have found solutions, we have proposed solutions, but we now need to convince how to implement this.
So this brings us to the end of this panel. It's the last panel, actually. So we'll have the concluding addresses now by Professor Sachs and then by Minister Raouna. I would thank everybody here, not only the extraordinary panel that advanced the discussion so much, but the very, very important comments that were also injected. And let's thank everyone here. Thank you very much.
So, Professor Sachs, sorry for keep you waiting.
Not at all.
Jeff, hello?
Yes, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Good, good.
A brief introduction, and then everybody knows you, but we have to remind people of what's going on in New York and so on. Okay, thank you.
Thank you all. We conclude this conference with two closing addresses from distinguished guests. First, I would like to welcome again, after Professor Papanikolas, to the stage, well, actually to that stage, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, professor at Columbia University and director of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, for his closing address. Professor Papanikolas, do you want to say a few words for the further words for the speaker? No? Okay. Professor Sachs, the floor is yours.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, and greetings to friends from New York. Here we're concluding the opening week of the UN General Assembly, and also the Summit of the Future, which took place at the beginning of the week, a week ago, starting on Sunday, which was an event to try to take stock in a world that is at war, about what we can do to reestablish multilateralism, and in a way refloat and redesign the United Nations to be effective and to work for peace. So it's, I think, apropos for the meeting that you are concluding right now. I, of course, did not hear anything but the last few minutes of the meeting, so I don't want to be repetitive, boring, pedantic, but rather just to say a few words from what I've heard and also what I think is important. Well, the Eastern Mediterranean Middle East is absolutely in pervasive conflict right now, and it's in the process of blowing up. So it seems extraordinary to be talking about a regional program. The conflicts are everywhere: Turkey and Greece, Israel and Palestine, Israel and Lebanon, Yemen and Saudi Arabia. Maybe Iran and Saudi Arabia, which was very tense a couple of years ago, is less tense right now. But it has always struck me that when we look at the climate hotspot map, these borders don't even show up on a climate map. Of course, they don't show up on a rainfall map. They don't show up on a temperature map. These are the man-made parts, but the ecological part does not know any of these borders. This is a trivial point, but absolutely essential. And I think what is also essential is that the science, and you, the scientists, also generally don't know borders, except when we as scientists are pressured by our own systems to neglect or to be overcome by the politics. You know, I'm trying to go to Iran for a visit. My university and my country barely let me travel. I wanted to go to Russia for a meeting in October. I was prevented by the State Department and by Columbia University from doing that. So I don't want to minimize how hard this is, but also how much I appreciate this initiative. Look, I think the issues are the following. The region really is in the worst conflict in its modern history right now. It's absolutely horrific what is happening. It reflects a massive failure of politics, a massive failure of political imagination, a massive failure of basic knowledge. I mean, the fact that that Arabs and Israelis are still at war. Well, you know, it's a region with these two peoples that should have learned a long time ago how to live together in peace. It's not exactly a new thing. The Greek and Turkish conflict. All of these conflicts are long-standing, so they are both deep and they reflect, in my opinion, a continuing failure of imagination, moral imagination, and political imagination. And in the meantime, the ecological and social and economic crises only continue to mount and to reach extraordinary dangers. And the whole reason for this initiative at the start is that the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East are, and I won't belabor the point, one of the hot spots of the world in terms of this crisis. So my hope for this initiative is first that the scientists of the region really stake out a claim that they can meet across all of these divides and that they are determined to meet across all of these divides. This, I find, perhaps the most important aspect of this initiative. We need a place where Greek scientists, Turkish scientists, Palestinian scientists, Israeli scientists, Iranian scientists, Yemeni scientists, Saudi scientists, all meet, and meet in a venue that is internally trusting, a word we just heard, but also where the politics of the region do not block or prevent such meeting. Because the truth is that irrespective of who we're talking about, everyone is sharing in this crisis, and solutions truly do need to be regional. The issue that was just raised, should solutions be national or regional? Well, obviously the answer is both. There's no way that the nations of the region can solve their problems without a regional approach, a national approach, and a local approach. This is Boolean circles. This is not exclusive choices. It has to be all of these dimensions. So having the scientists and the technologists meet regularly and actually work on problems together, I think is by itself an absolutely magnificent contribution. So I want to encourage that this continue in a systematic way. I think it's a fantastic initiative. I would say that while the Cyprus Institute has gotten the initiative started, make a network of institutions to continue the work. Not only individual scientists, but their home bases to be contributing parts of this process. Scientists like yourselves come from institutions and need institutional support, institutional clearance, institutional financing. So I would hope that this process becomes not only a group of committed individuals, which is remarkable in itself, but also a group of committed institutions across the region. The strength of this initiative and its uniqueness will be, in fact, if it is a group of institutions that bridge all of these divides. We all have strong views about the politics right now. I won't share mine with you. But we need, aside from the politics, we need to be able to meet together. And institutions need to be able to deal with each other. I'm very sad and alarmed that even my capacity to travel is being hindered by my government, whose foreign policy I deeply dislike, but at least I'm still able to express that. And but my travel options to meet with you are becoming more and more restricted, which is absolutely alarming to me and very frightening. Now, if you can keep a network of institutions, what I would really like to see in an institutional way is that the regional leaders meet each year at the COP, supported by this project. We, of course, had a tremendous meeting of the political leaders at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, hosted by President el-Sisi. And it was a very good meeting because it included political leaders that bridged the geopolitical and the regional divides. And that's what I hope you can also institutionalize. I don't know whether there's time and whether it's the intention. I haven't even caught up with where you are on this, but I hope that we could do this and I could also contribute in any way at COP29 in Baku. I think it's extremely helpful if political leaders can get in the room together. Yesterday at the UN, one of the leaders from your region showed a map that he pretended was the good map and the bad map, who was on the right side, who was on the wrong side. This kind of thinking I absolutely cannot agree with in any way whatsoever. And I think that it's important that we don't have such a map except the map of EMI. And the map of EMI is defined geographically and climatologically and ecologically, and it includes all of the countries we know, and all of them should be present. And if this project can bring the leaders together once a year at the COP to hear from the scientists and the technologists that there is a regional crisis, that the regional crisis requires regional, national, and local solutions, that such solutions exist, and that it is the responsibility of the political leaders in our lives to forge many, not all, but many of those solutions. This project will make a tremendous contribution. In the cycle that led up to COP27, the Cyprus Institute sponsored a number of task forces that produced a number of very good reports. And I hope that that process continues. I think the idea of an annual meeting of political leaders backed by a network of institutions producing annual reports, updates, and policy recommendations is a very effective model for this program. Now, in terms of areas of priority, I won't belabor what you've been discussing during the conference, except to emphasize that there are a number of things that only the region acting as a whole can do. And one focus of this project should be precisely on those regional requirements. And what are those? Well, one, of course, is the power system. To have a zero carbon energy system requires not only policy choices and politics, but it's going to require a regional grid. And one of the most important features of the regional grid is not only the interconnection of the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East, but the connection of EMI with Europe. And this is partly a political decision, partly technological choices, partly an investment challenge. But the Middle East is absolutely a world-class source of solar energy, and it should be connected to the European grid. This has been talked about for decades, in fact, but it is not even on the policy agenda right now in my understanding, although I may be wrong about that, but it needs to be on the agenda. Europe needs to import solar power from the Arabian Peninsula, from the Gulf region. And that kind of dependence is the right kind of dependence. It's a mutual interdependence if we're going to get decarbonization accomplished. So the regional grid is absolutely fundamental as a shared regional policy. Protecting the Mediterranean and its ecological consequences is absolutely a regional project. There's no way that any one country can protect the Mediterranean Sea per se. That's the shared resource that in a way defines much of the region, and there are a lot of adaptation and resilience measures that are at the scale of the Eastern Mediterranean, not at the scale of any individual country. Of course, this question of gas in the Mediterranean is one of the poisons of the region. The region would be vastly better off if there were no gas under the Mediterranean. The world would be vastly better off. God knows how many more wars are going to be fought over a modest or very limited amount of gas that should stay under the seafloor in any event. But that is a regional question, not just a national question. And of course, the question of regional pipelines, whether it's for gas or whether it's for hydrogen, is a regional question. The question of port services and shipping, and whether the regional shipping is put on a zero carbon basis, perhaps a hydrogen basis or electric basis, is regional, because that's a lot of infrastructure that needs to be developed. Tourism ought to be a regional issue. The region is the world's cradle of civilization. It is the oldest place of continuous civilization on the whole planet. It is perhaps the greatest touristic center and potential of the whole world, if it's not blowing itself apart. And that is a regional issue as well. So my brief, and finally, finance. The financial institutions right now don't really work well for the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East, because there are very few financial institutions, or none really at a regional level, that bridge the whole region. The Middle East has its own financing. The European Union countries have EIB. Turkey is not part of this financing. Of course, Palestine is not part of this financing yet and needs to be. And so the financial solutions which are required to implement any of these regional policies also doesn't exist right now in an institutional form. And so this is another regional challenge, how to finance the regional public goods that this project will be promoting. So I will just conclude with those brief thoughts. This is an extremely important initiative. It starts with the scientists, and it starts with the norm, which is a true global norm and a reality that the underlying science does not have anything to do with political borders, and scientists speak a global language. They share global concerns, and they operate in a global scientific social system in which we do respect each other, independent of nationalities, but dependent on our shared concerns. So that's the starting point, is the individuals. Build an institutional system around that, on the norm that all countries of the region participate, and that nobody is excluded, everybody is invited, and that as a group, the scientists work together to try to prevail on their foreign ministries or national leaders or skeptical colleagues that it's possible to have, even in a time of war, a program of peaceful cooperation and problem solving. Third, and I would like to help in any way, get the political leaders to the table at least once a year in the context of the COP meetings, which are universal meetings. All countries are represented. All can attend a COP meeting, hopefully at the head of state level significantly, but at the ministerial level, if not at the head of state level. And I hope that in Baku, it's still timely to try to do that. Produce or keep these working groups going that have been the basis of the excellent reports that have been issued in this project, and make those working groups region-wide, perhaps have them chaired by different institutes within the overall project, so that this is really a group and a collective effort. And finally, put the extra emphasis on the regional scale, which means the regional scale of the climate science, so that the political leaders understand that this is a regional hotspot and what that means in their practical political terms as well, in terms of the kinds of shocks that are coming in a shared way, the kinds of regional solutions that are needed, and then focus on one or more of these truly regional issues, whether it is the power grid and a shared energy system, whether it is protecting Mediterranean marine ecosystems, whether it is redesigning shipping services within the region in ways that are compatible with decarbonization, but or whether it is designing regional finance solutions that can help to fund these regional projects, because that by itself will have the double duty of addressing the urgent needs, but also building the trust and the political basis in the region for peace, which I think ultimately is probably the single most important point for success. So just a few quick thoughts. Again, my apologies for not being able to be with you and for probably repeating points made or platitudes, but let me thank you for the invitation. Thank the Cyprus Institute for its continuing leadership, And just to say, in my capacity at the UN, at the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, in my work with a number of the leaders in the region on many issues, you have my full enthusiastic support for anything I can contribute. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this insightful address, Professor Sachs, and of course for your valuable time. Now I would like to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Marilena Raouna, Deputy Minister for European Affairs of Cyprus, for her closing address. Cyprus will be preceding the Council of the European Union in 2026, and Ms. Raouna will be heading the presidency. Ms. Raouna.
Good day to everyone. Professor Emilianidis, Professor Malas, Professor Sachs, Professor Papanikolaou, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted and honored to join you today and for the opportunity to address the closing of this hugely important and pertinent international conference on the climate crisis in the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East, Cyprus's region and the EU's neighborhood. First things first, warm congratulations to the Cyprus Academy of Sciences, Letters and Arts and the Cyprus Institute and their presidents, Professor Emilianidis and Professor Malas, for organizing this important event in Cyprus. I would also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the important, distinguished speakers, scientists, policymakers and participants for their invaluable contributions to the substantive discussions over the past 3 days. The conference has successfully brought together key stakeholders from our region and from around the world. Your presence here reflects a shared commitment to multilateralism, regional cooperation, and multidisciplinary approaches as a medium to address the profound climate challenges faced by our region and the world. Regional cooperation, scientific alliances, as has been referred to today, and as Professor Malas noted, are the key to solutions. Such collaborations are essential in fostering regional cooperation and synergies, the ones that we urgently need to confront the critical challenges of climate change. It has been referred to earlier today that this is a region in turmoil. The fact that over the past 3 days, experts and scientists from around the region where we see conflict have gathered today despite the turmoil is evidence of the commitment, but also of the path ahead of us. Now is the time for diplomacy. Now is the time for multilateralism and cooperation. In this regard, this scientific community is leading the way as a bridge that unites the divides. It has been stated time and time again that our region is one of the most vulnerable to the impact of climate change in the world, and it is experiencing these effects at higher levels than the global average. Cyprus, an EU member state located at the heart of the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East, like many of our neighbors, is already struggling with these consequences. We are witnessing rising temperatures, increasingly scarce water resources, extreme weather conditions, more frequent and severe wildfires, and the looming threat of desertification. But it is not just the direct physical impacts of climate change that ought to alarm us. It is also the profound socioeconomic repercussions. It is not solely about endangerment to our ecosystems and biodiversity, but also to our societies, economies, and indeed our political stability. Every sector, agriculture, health, energy, and livelihoods is impacted. Climate-driven migration is another critical challenge, as vulnerable populations flee from areas most affected by climate impact in search of safety, resources, and stability. Over the course of the conference, President Christodoulidis, as well as Minister Panayiotou and Minister Papanastasiou, reiterated the government's deep commitment to addressing the climate crisis and the concrete steps we're already taking through our National Energy and Climate Plan, our National Adaptation Strategy, and our Drought Management Plan. Our government's strategic response to the climate crisis is twofold: mitigation and adaptation. On the mitigation side, the National Energy and Climate Plan outlines Cyprus's roadmap for reducing greenhouse gas emissions, enhancing energy efficiency, and increasing the use of renewable energy resources. Together, these strategies embody our commitment and determination to both reducing climate risks and addressing the urgent impacts we already face. Our message is clear. The government is committed and determined to tackling the immense challenges posed by climate change at the national level, while simultaneously driving regional efforts towards this end. Because, as we all recognize, no nation can fight climate change alone. This was a key message across the board during last week's UN General Assembly. It was true of the discussions that we had in New York about climate change, but also on other challenges that we face, such as migration, for example, that no single country, that the complexity of the challenges is such that no single country can effectively tackle it on its own. It needs countries coming together. Climate change was indeed an integral part, and Professor Sachs mentioned it during this year's General Assembly ahead of the Summit of the Future, and also the conference with the parties to the Rio Convention on Climate, Biodiversity and Desertification at the end of 2024. In the margins also of the UN General Assembly, the high-level plenary on addressing the existential threat posed by high sea levels also took place. As announced by President Nikos Christodoulidis during the opening session of this conference on Thursday, the government is relaunching the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East Climate Change Initiative initiated by Cyprus in 2019. This initiative serves as a powerful example of how we can work together across borders to tackle shared challenges. The relaunch of the initiative also underscores our commitment to regional cooperation in addressing a crisis that transcends national borders. In the coming months, ahead of COP29, the government will be taking steps to operationalize the regional action plan and intensify its political and scientific efforts to strengthen synergies with its neighbors. The Cyprus Institute, as the initiative secretariat, will effectively coordinate these efforts, offering its resources and valuable expertise to drive meaningful progress. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few days, Cyprus will host the Med9 meeting of Ministers for European Affairs in Nicosia, as Cyprus holds the presidency this year of the Med9 group. This format constitutes yet another example of regional cooperation, which brings together Mediterranean EU countries to address common challenges and pursue shared goals. As we enter a new institutional cycle for the European Union, the coordination and unity among Mediterranean countries is imperative, so as to ensure that the Mediterranean dimension remains a key focus on the EU agenda. The EU ministerial meeting will also serve as the preparation for the Leaders' Summit, which will take place in Paphos on October 11th. Our discussions will focus on key priorities for the Mediterranean region, including climate change and the energy transition, which have been included by Cyprus on the agenda. It has been said time and time again that Cyprus is uniquely positioned as the only European Union member state in the geographical area of the Middle East, the EU's most southeastern corner, the EU's anchor and lighthouse in a turbulent sea. We acknowledge that this position brings both a responsibility and an opportunity. Since joining the European Union in 2004, and this year we are completing a milestone, 20 years of membership in the European Union, Cyprus has actively worked to serve as a bridge between Europe and our region. In the face of climate change, this role becomes even more important. And this role of Cyprus as a bridge manifests itself beyond the area of climate change in other initiatives. We have time and time again served as an evacuation hub in the region. When the war in Gaza erupted, Cyprus delivered to the international community the Amalthea maritime corridor for the delivery of desperately needed humanitarian assistance to the innocent civilians in Gaza. It is a role we take seriously and one that we will also impress during our country's presidency of the Council of the European Union in the first half of 2026. The European Union is a global leader in climate action. Through its European Green Deal, one of the most ambitious climate strategies in the world, not one short of challenges, the EU has set the target of becoming the world's first climate-neutral continent by 2050. This path includes critical milestones, such as the commitment to reduce emissions by 55% by 2030 and to generate 40% of the EU's electricity from renewable energy sources. Reaching these targets has been rife with challenges. The recent energy crisis as a result of the Russian aggression against Ukraine has amply demonstrated the vulnerabilities of Europe's energy systems and the EU's dependence on fossil fuels, primarily natural gas from Russia. Therefore, the urgent need to secure affordable prices for our citizens, for energy diversification, and a faster transition to energy efficiency and renewable sources has become glaringly apparent. At this point, it is important to stress that meeting EU climate targets and achieving climate neutrality should not be looked at in isolation. Climate change is a global issue, and we must approach it as such. If we want to effectively curb climate change on a global scale, our policies and actions cannot be confined to EU borders. Instead, we must actively promote cooperation and engage with third countries to ensure collective global effort. Energy diplomacy is becoming increasingly important for the European Union in this respect. The EU's Green Deal objectives, combined with an updated external energy policy, must place energy transition, renewable energy promotion, and the security of supply at the forefront of engagements with third countries. The Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East can play a key role in this regard. Our region is blessed with abundant renewable energy resources such as solar and wind, bioenergy, just to name a few. These resources can not only meet local energy demands, but also contribute effectively to Europe's energy security. It can create jobs and economic opportunities in third countries, contributing to their development while helping Europe achieve its climate neutrality goals. Cyprus can stand as a vital partner in the EU's energy diplomacy, playing a role in fostering regional cooperation. Through its strategic position in the region, but most importantly, through its long-standing excellent relations with its neighbors that are based on trust, and by leveraging its trilateral and other cooperation fora, Cyprus can promote EU energy standards and Green Deal objectives and foster international partnerships that enhance security of supply and regional stability. I have had the privilege over the last 10 or so years to follow the path of the minilateralism cooperations that have been fostered in the region from their infantile stage. And what I can say is that environment and climate change have been, from the very beginning, a key aspect of these regional cooperation mechanisms. And so as we gear with full speed and enthusiasm towards the Cyprus presidency of the Council of the European Union, our vision for a greener, more climate neutral, resilient and competitive Europe is fully aligned with the EU's priorities. Policymakers rely on your expertise, on your scientific knowledge, and I'm a fervent proponent of this marriage between policymaking and political decision and science-based policymaking. What I can say is also that what we see also through the Commission's proposals that we have mapped at the Secretariat for the Presidency is that issues of water management and water resilience are going to feature high on the EU agenda with a number of important initiatives from the Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, if there has to be one key takeaway from this conference, it is the need for urgent, decisive, and collective action to combat climate change. And as we are all aware, the window for action is rapidly closing. It is also clear, as I have mentioned, that no single nation can tackle this crisis alone. We need national, regional, transnational collaboration. We need scientists, policymakers, businesses, civil society, and local communities to work together. Our future depends on the actions we take now. The choices we make today will shape the lives of future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Raouna. I would now like to call to the podium Professor Papanikolaou for some closing remarks.
So it's 1 o'clock. According to our schedule, this should be closing. So, and I know a number of you are eager to leave for the airport, not to miss their planes. So I'll be brief. It has been a wonderful meeting. As you have seen today, and as highlighted by several of our speakers, an optimism in this carnage of our environment is emerging. We have things that unite us, and I'm sure we'll overcome the difficulties that really, and the horrible situation that prevails today. I won't repeat many of the points have been made, no need to, but I would like to, at this point, take a few minutes to say the obvious. This, as you know, this conference has been in the planning for a year now. It was not easy. I have organized tens, actually, of meetings in my life. This has been probably the hardest, partly because of the prevailing situation. Cancellations, even at the last moment, flights have been cancelled because of the prevailing hostilities. It has been very hard. This would not have been possible with the support of the organizations that really are behind it, the Cyprus Academy of Sciences, Letters and the Arts, and the Cyprus Institute. I would like to ask Professor Emilianidis and Professor Malas to join me here for some thanks of the key stakeholders. So, of course, the unwavering support of the organizations, especially their leaders throughout the year, has been the most essential element as we went through the planning and implementation phases. We have a wonderful international advisory committee, which is listed in the brochure you have. If you look at it, it's basically who's who in the world. Professor Sachs, you have said, Professor Moniz were members and are members of the International Committee, and many others of this stature, international leaders. A number of them couldn't come for primarily two reasons. The prevailing situation in the region and the conflict with the very, very important work happening this week in New York. So from that point, it was unfortunate. However, even so, who has managed to come here, you and many others who are not with us today, speaks volumes. Managing all this, relying on the advice of this international committee, which really helped tremendously in putting this program together, was the local organizing committee, co-chaired by Maria Papapoliviou, from the top administrator in the Cyprus Academy. Maria, please come join us. Maria? Please. And it was co-chaired, as I said, from the side of the Academy, from the top administrator, Maria Papapoliviou, and from the Cyprus Institute, it was co-chaired by the Vice President for Communications and Policy, a lady, Sophocleus, who, please, don't hesitate, join us. And of course, there are many, many other people that don't fit here, but so they represent, nevertheless, a tremendous organization that supported it. I would like to say few names, and most of them are here: Haris Festou, Marco Neira, Pavlos Tsardas, Eleni Zinonos, Christiana Kati, and the impeccable technical support you have seen happening flawlessly due to Angelos Alexandrou. And of course, the support of our conference organizers, Top Kinesis. So also, I would like to, I'll mention on top, Stalo, I didn't forget. As you see, I did. Stalo, where are you? Please come also join us from the Cyprus Research and Educational Foundation and the Cyprus Institute board offices. And most of you have interacted on a daily basis, on a nightly basis with Stalo, to make sure that the many obstacles of arriving here, and not only in the programmatic aspects as well. So I would like to thank you. You represent the organization. I cannot get the whole organization here. And as a minimum token of appreciation, I would like to, Maria, please. I would like to. Eleni. And yes, I didn't forget that. And finally, somebody said it, I think, yesterday. If you lead something and you try to organize something, and all of a sudden you are alone, you are taking a walk, somebody said. But if it's more than just the organizers, then we have something. And therefore, the most important component of it is you. You took time of our very valuable, I know, schedules, commitments at home to be here, away from your jobs, away from your family, because we all believe in this cause. So I would like to thank every one of you for this common effort. Thank you very much.